I'll be done now.
Swearing them in.
Get him a stone.
Whereas I'm. I know it's like, yeah. Did you already tell them?
Oh, no, I'm gonna let them take it.
We're not college on our. Now, and give it back to me. That's not my major. I got it. Yeah, we haven't even started. Heavy on it, actually. I love Boston. Isn't it like a damn cell? I spend most of my time instead of hanging out with the other state government. I haven't seen her in touch. I was like, right? I don't know her, but I have. Four meetings are clever. No, each other by the end. I need more water. I really got. I actually have so many other like lovely. For SGA. That makes sense. That's all yours. It is.
That's a hard question.
It should be. It's too high to see some guys right there. Someone says something and I go. I don't think I like that.
Yeah, cause this is like, hello, when I say this, and she goes like this.
Oh. No, I know that. I tell my preschoolers that this is just how they through the hallway, so they won't scream. It's, and we only do it when we're walking in the hallway, so that they have something special. Yeah. Because we have to fight for our rights, yeah. This is my first time being able to vote, actually. So. I am no longer silenced.
I am.
Everybody with energy. Main characters and some of the old favorites, like guest stars.
I'm not.
Do the plot is a plot, and I don't say that, please. I'm gnawing at the bars of my enclosure.
Just let me guess.
Never like this ever. It's so good.
The meeting will come to order. We get Adnan, we'll be doing roll call.
Sorry, give me one sec, okay. We need Adina here. Vice President Ramirez,
Here.
Chief of Staff Alta,
Here.
Senator El Waqti,
Here.
Senator Norby,
Here.
Senator Avalos,
Here, and I go by Jimenez.
Jimenez Avalos, okay, perfect. And then Senator Calderon Palacios, here. Senator Benitez,
Here.
Senator John, here. Senator Brady, here. Senator Oganiola. Senator Gomez,
There.
Senator Hirschbaum Harding,
Here.
Senator Smith,
Here.
Senator Rangel, here. Senator Birkeland. Senator Wong, here. Senator Hodges, here. Senator Rod, here. Senator Valladares, here. Senator Baker,
Here.
Senator Agua. Senator Lopez.
Here.
Okay.
Are there any approval to the agenda?
You asking us to approve?
Have you any corrections to the agenda?
Does anyone want to add anything to the agenda? A motion to add the resolution about the, oh my gosh, sorry, the Scala side. And there's one more, I think it is called, protest expansion or something.
Student demonstrations, great analysis, point of information, before we're able to add that to the agenda, we're going to need to bypass something within the bylaws. Because part 4, chapter 6, section 3 states that someone has to already be either a senator or an ambassador voted into the position in order to be the sponsor of a resolution. So we either need a ruling from Chief of Staff Ostek on whether or not we're momentarily suspending that, or whether we are able to do that. So I'm calling on Chief of Staff Ostek to make a decision on whether or not we're momentarily bypassing that.
she was that Austin.
Yeah, in the interest of, being able to hear these resolutions before we enter summer break, and due to the, time-sensitive nature of them, additionally, seeing as the sponsor is, likely to be appointed as a ambassador later within the meeting, I will let it's acceptable, provided that we put it after the appointment of, Jane Ewing in the agenda, and provided she is also appointed to be an ambassador, before the resolutions are here.
So. So the motion is to add SR 2425-002, the expansion on protecting students' demonstration for Palestine, as well as opposing SR 2024-2025-003, opposing Scholaside to Palestine on the last item in new business. Is there a second? Chief Austin.
Yeah, I guess I'll just provide some clarification and context. I know this is a lot of y'all's first Senate meeting. So coming into this, what went out was, follow-up to Kevin's email, which had been sent out previously. There were two resolutions, which had gotten sent out, where you may or may not have had the time to look at them. During this time when motions are made, senators have the option to either second, saying that we will go into a period of discussion and voting on them, or not second, and to do the to add to the agenda. So if someone were to say, I want to second this, that's you saying, I agree that we should add this to the agenda, and then we'll enter to move to have a vote on whether or not it should be added to the.
Senator John.
I want to second.
Since. Senator,
Discuss adding.
so.
And then, when it's a vote of adding something to the agenda or not, it is considered not to be a debatable motion. So it will now be, Kevin will say, we're now going to enter a period of voting on adding, SR 2324-02. And I know it's a lot of like numbers and jargony, but that's just the title of the resolution, and it stands for, it's not 2324, it's actually 2425, I mean, it's stuff there. That's 002 and that's 003. That's the numbering system which is used to keep track of it. And it stands for student resolution. Then 2425, which is the year of the session, and then 2 and 3 as they were the second and third resolutions submitted for the year.
Now we're on the period of voting of SR 2425, expansion on protecting student demonstration, as well as SR 2425, proposing Scholaside free Palestine, the last item of new business. All those who oppose, please raise your,
All those in favor?
all those in favor, please raise your hands. So, it's all. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 19.
Wait, sorry, okay.
Okay, that's so good.
All those opposed, please raise your hands. All those abstained, please raise your hands. So SR 2425, expansion on protecting student demonstration free Palestine, as well as SR 2425, opposing Scholaside free Palestine, has been added to the last item of new business.
We did it. Did that in 6 minutes.
And I guess I'll, while Kim's adding that, the next portion of this, there are the Senate minutes from last meeting. And the minutes are just a record of everything that's occurred. At the beginning of every Senate meeting, it's required that they're able to be approved by, the Senate. If there are any like corrections to it, it's like, hey, like, I was reviewing the minutes, I know something was wrong. There's the opportunity for senators to motion and make amendments to the minutes. So it's like, hey, that vote count was wrong, or like a name was misspelled, and you want to be able to correct that record, which it's not always a point in the immediate, but like for the long run, these records are kept. There's student government minutes going back like 50 years. So like as far as the historical record and you know, it's concerned for what happens today and in the session, it is important.
We can add it on.
Can someone please motion to add the appointment of Marina Hardy as NEA director to the agenda?
Seconded by Senator Falcone.
Wait, no, she
This is the first one.
And then seconded by Senator Piper. And then
So now we'll be entering a period of voting on adding Marina Hardy as NEA director.
now we're on to a period of voting to add Marina Hardy as the appointment of Network Disability Awareness Agency for the Howard Community. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands. All those abstaining, please raise your hands. So the appointment of Network for Disability Awareness, a co-agency director, Marina Hardy, has been added to the agenda. Senator, Doyle.
Can we start using the microphones? People on the Zoom cannot hear us. Point of information, I think scholasticide was misspelled on the agenda.
Oh. Then Kevin, you can, yeah, just trying to do it. Great, okay.
I just think it's easier to know. We just should we keep it?
Yeah.
It's just, well, you guys can just keep it, so then if you guys have to talk, you guys can talk with the microphones. You'll just pass them already. They're off right now. We've learned the hard way. Karaoke,
Point of information, is anyone else here that needs to be appointed, that needs to be added to the agenda?
Now you seek a motion to approve the agenda.
However, is anyone willing to add traffic appeals commissioners Cole Johnson as well as Zach Hughes as traffic appeals commissioners? Senator Brooklyn?
So you're looking for a second.
Did I look at your Senator Tom Harding? And then now we're going to be adding. The motion is to add the appointments of traffic appeals commissioner Cole Johnson as well as Zach Unihan to traffic appeals commission. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands. All those abstained, please raise your hands. So the appointment of traffic appeals commissioner Zach Johnson as well as Zach Unihan have been added to the agenda for new business. Senator Valadas.
Valadares.
Valadas.
Oh, Valadares.
Valadas.
Valadares. Can I motion to fix Garrett's name?
Yes.
There's supposed to be 2 T's.
Kevin,
We don't
you want to share that document with me and I can help, make, and put it
And only one L.
The fact that he's writing it, right? That doesn't emotion. If it was already submitted and it's wrong, then we gotta talk about it, but if he's doing it right now and he just made it, I said we can. Okay. As it's happening, it's in front of us. We're like, okay, seconds. Right.
Someone seconded the motion.
I'll second it.
Then we enter a period of discussion.
Now we're into a period of discussion to change where when we include adding a T and removing an F.
Do we have to debate it if it's just a point of information?
No, you don't have to debate it.
Oh,
It's just a debate, it is a debatable motion because it's,
oh,
actually it wouldn't be,
it would have just been a point of information. Because it's being added right now.
yeah, let's just change it.
Okay.
Yeah. Scratch it, scratch it.
So no motion?
No,
Yeah.
we just gave a point of information. We just
Yeah.
are working.
Good, that's better call.
Voting on the team. Actions.
Are there any more corrections to approval of the agenda? Senator Hasman,
Jimenez.
amendment.
Yeah, can I motion to like add Mike Jimenez on the
Oh.
senator?
Yes.
Oh, that's just a point of information. We can do that.
Okay. That's good.
He's like.
And then Senator Ryan.
I have a point of information. Is Kelly Gonzalez's appointment supposed to be on the agenda? I can answer that. Kenny, or oh my gosh, Kelly is is going to be an admin coordinator, so that's through an executive memorandum. I know it's not on this, but technically, executive memorandums don't have to be on the agenda, which is why I'm not having some motion to add it. I'm just gonna talk about it during my report. Perfect, thank you.
Are there any corrections to approval of the agenda? If there are no further corrections.
Yeah, seek motion to approve.
Now I seek motion to approve the agenda. Senator Kirschner Hardy,
I motion to approve the agenda.
is there a second? Paper. And then
Now it's all those in favor.
all those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands. All those abstained, please raise your hands. The approval of the agenda. Now, the next item of business is the approval of the minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes? If there are no further corrections, now we're seeking a vote, a motion. Now we're seeking a motion for the approval of the minutes. Senator Gomez. And then seconded by Senator Brooklyn. Now. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed, please hold your hands. And then all those abstained, please raise your hands. So the approval of the minutes. Now, our next item of business is open forum. Is anyone here for open? Forum?
Yes, that's me. Right.
Hey y'all, so I will be brief and get out of y'all's hair, but I think I met some of you all, I know lots of you senators, but hey y'all. My name is Tony Monette, I am the volunteer civic engagement coordinator over in the Office of Engagement. So basically our purposes are all about connecting students to the community, connecting civic engagement, and particularly connecting students to civic engagement, which includes voter engagement, voter registration, legislative advocacy, et cetera. And so, what we wanted, so just to give you all a little bit of background, because I know we have some new folks. Something that we've done in the spring semester with student government is working with your civic engagement committee. And what we started was an advocacy series, basically getting students up to speed on like the tools in the toolbox that you need to properly advocate, right? Some things that you might care about personally or things that you might want to address collectively as a body. And so our first session was kind of legislative 101. Like what's it all about, what do they do, what are some of the issues that they tackle, and we had a panel approach from the community talking about their different roles, from community organizing to neighborhoods to folks that have run for office before and kind of everything between. I think it went pretty well. I think there's folks here that were there. So we want to kind of continue to build on that. Our goal initially was to have the series leading up to I-11 D-Day. To kind of like build student skills to make that experience a bit more meaningful. That didn't quite work out in terms of timing, but what we want to do now and what we kind of want to get you all's input and your interest in is continuing that series, but having some public officials come to campus and kind of talk to you all about why young people are important to civic engagement. Maybe generally and broadly talk about what issues that they think are most impactful to you as college students, and kind of make sure that you all are not only able to engage with those individuals, but also are able to really be an informed voter and an educated citizen of Omaha, Nebraska, and the world, essentially. So what that looks like, we just kind of want to plant the seed for that now, and then we know the semester's about to be over, congrats on that. But we wanted to plant the seed for this idea so that anyone that's interested can kind of keep it on their radar. What we'd like to do, starting off, is to bring, and I'll let Will also introduce himself because he kind of re-brought this idea to my attention as well. He's a political science student here, so you can feel free to introduce yourself and kind of, you can start off and talk about kind of your idea.
So hello, everybody. My name is Will Ramsey. I'm a double major in Spanish and poli-sci here at UNO. And I approached the Office of Engagement because I wanted to get our local candidates on campus and engaged with young people and college students. So yeah, like you just said, we're just kind of planting a seed for that. This fall, thinking early next semester, and then again in the spring when our city elections happen, which I would argue is even more important. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so we're still looking at the logistics of who and what, but my plan is to make sure that we have full representation, is to invite everyone that's running in those offices so that we have fair and equal representation across the of ideas, because I think that's really important. I think, you know, you all are talking about the protest thing, no matter what side you land on, like we all have First Amendment rights, et cetera. So we want to make sure that you're just an informed person, regardless of where you fall. So we're still working on the registration. We're thinking September because that's nothing with registration day. It's also National Constitution Week, so it aligns well with some of the things the university is already doing. But we do want this to be student-led, student-centered. So that's where you all come in. If you have ideas about questions or topics or would like to facilitate any of those conversations, moderate them, etc. We're open to those ideas. Yeah, so anything else I'm missing? Okay, cool. Anyone have any questions, comments at the moment? We'll start kind of like drafting an outline of what this might look like, and then obviously circle back around to you all once we have more concrete. Yeah.
Are you guys working
It's
with,
y'all's name thing, so I'm so sorry.
oh, I'm getting appointed tonight.
Oh,
So,
okay, cool.
are you guys working with the Elevate Omaha Get Out to Vote
Yeah, that's a great question. So yes, Elevate Omaha is a community engagement center. I work with them on, several different, voter engagement programs. But yes, I would like to tap into them. They have a lot of data around like what young people locally are interested in. So we can put on the baseline and kind of go from there. I also like to be fluid because as we know, all of these issues change really quickly. So, but yes, I definitely want to include actual community organizations that consider engagement work as well. And they're one of them which I work with all the time. I think they'll have to really get insight on how we should set it up. So yes, we plan to be flat. Any other questions with that? I know it's a lot. All right, cool. Well, thanks y'all. I will provide my information so that y'all have it. And if you think of anything else, feel free to hit me up or stop by my office. But yeah, thanks for having us.
Is there anyone else for open forum?
And now we're on, our next item of business will be reports from officers. Here we have Regent Item report.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm so happy that we are officially starting the 24-25 year. I'm so happy to be serving as your student regent and student body president. Today I have a couple of DMs that I officially signed as of I think 3 p.m. But I would quickly like to go through them and allow these coordinators to introduce themselves. So first up we have Carlos. He will be the student wellness coordinator. This coordinator will essentially just create a resource guide describing current resources that UNO offers to students so that we can deploy them to the student body and ensure that we have transparency among the resources that we currently have, and then find needs for resources that we should create through student government. If you scroll down, you can see like a list of tasks and things he's gonna do throughout the year. And I guess, Carlos, do you wanna come and introduce yourself?
Yes.
Do you need the microphone or not?
Do we have a microphone somewhere?
Yeah, do we have the packs up there?
Well, hello, my name is Carlos Cesar Gums, and well, I came from Puerto Rico 6 years ago, and I came to UNO about at this point 4 years ago. And well, I started as a student, part of the Success Academy program. They helped me get acquainted with UNO. After that, I fell in love with the idea of helping students. It took me 2 years to get build myself as a person to join the Success Academy team. I did, and I began helping first year students, getting acquainted with UNO, getting acquainted to their communities, getting engaged with the UNO community and its resources. And later on, Success Academy got rebranded to Dash, and as of now, I am a peer mentor of Dash, and I am going to be back next year as a Dash peer mentor. A couple of weeks ago, Shawnee came to me with this proposal of being coordinator of wellness, and I loved it because it's an expansion of Dash's ideals of expanding the knowledge of UNO resources to all students. When we expand our resources and what we offer to all of our students, we help them get acquainted with UNO, and we get them to know really all that we offer and all that we want to give to them so they can be successful in this college life that can be messy and confusing and long. But yeah, and I'm gonna also work with all student organizations and offices to find gaps of ways that we can help our students and basically get them more acquainted to UNO. And I'm very excited for this mission. I am already talking to a lot of people at UNO and a lot of the staff members at UNO, so we can make this happen. And really, I'm very excited for everything that I'm gonna be doing in this position. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Okay, and then the second executive memorandum is Anthony Mai will be serving as our social media coordinator. We really wanted someone who was experienced in social media, and Anthony has run the social media for Delta Chi this past year, so he'd be an amazing fit for running student government social media. Anthony, do you want to come down and introduce yourself?
I guess.
Do I look cool?
No. You always look cool, Anthony.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, my name's Anthony. I served as for one of the Center of College of Education last year. And like Shani said, I did social media for Delta Chi, and I'm really excited to be the social media coordinator. Yeah.
Okay, and then the next executive memorandum is Chloe is going to be appointed as recruitment coordinator. So, we will be doing a lot of recruitment over the summer, specifically for the first year leadership commission. And Chloe will be assisting, hopefully Director Lasso, if she gets appointed today, with summer recruitment. And then she also is a member of MAPRO, so she has experience in event planning, and we hope to elevate SGA's event experience. Chloe, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name's Chloe. Just a little bit of my qualifications. This past year, I was involved in student government as a senator for the College of ISMT. And I wanted to continue being a part of student gov. I thought this would be a good way to do that. Some other qualifications. I know I graduated high school a while ago, but I took on a lot of leadership roles then. As Ashani said, I've been involved in MAPRO, especially on the exec board as the organizational development director. Also involved in the grant program. And then as far as student gov, I went to all of student gov's events that they had last year, even during the summer for recruitment stuff. I was there. And prior, I talked to Kevin, and he said he sent a lot of emails for this position, and I love sending emails. So there we go.
Okay, and then next up, we are going to be having Navya Kandavali serve as a finance coordinator. One thing that this position will do is, because we have two members from the student leadership, involvement, and inclusion department leaving, Sierra, our advisor, has requested more support when it comes to approving purchases and getting more insight from student government members. And currently, since we do not have a director of finance, this would be hopefully an amazing opportunity for Navya to kind of step in and help Sierra and Nate ensure that purchases are approved in the correct manner. Navya, do you want to come down and introduce yourself?
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Navya Kandavali. So a little bit about me. I'm a junior here at UNO, majoring in molecular biology. My involvement in student government, I actually started off as a first-year leadership council member, and then moved on to being a senator involved in budget committee, and then I served as a SABC commissioner that year. Last year, I served as the director of finance and helped run SABC and work through all of the payment purchase forms. Yeah.
Okay, and then as of the coordinator executive memorandums, we are going to be having Kelly join us as an administration coordinator. Kelly is a very motivated first-year student currently who is interested in getting involved in SGA, and she expressed interest in learning how to be director of admin, and we would love to have her on our team. Kelly, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name's Kelly Gonzalez. I am a freshman here at UNO. I'm majoring in molecular biology as well. In the past, I've been involved in a variety of leadership activities, and that's where I think I gathered my passion of wanting to serve my community. I'm very thrilled to be involved in an organization like this. I hope to accomplish many things and to be a useful and helpful member of the team, as well as learn more about this organization and how it works and functions. So thank you.
Okay, so this is actually a really cool project that the WGEC is starting, and I really thought it would be important for us to start off the 24-25 year building relationships with agencies. So this executive memorandum kind of details how the WGEC is planning on installing an emergency contraceptive vending machine in Milo Vale. If this were to happen, it would make Nebraska, or it would be the first EC vending machine in a Nebraska university, and we would become the 45th state to do so, which I think would be super cool. This would also allow the WGEC to further its mission on increasing EC contraceptives on campus, and it's important for student government to support its agency in this capacity. So yeah, this is what this is about. If you have any questions, is there anyone from the WGEC? Okay, perfect. I know we have a couple appointments, so hopefully they show up, but yeah, this is what this EM is detailing. And then, okay, and then I also quickly wanted to touch on some protest protection awareness and some resources that we have available through student government or through UNO that I think is important when it comes to students advocating and protesting. I know we have a couple resolutions today kind of discussing that, but I think it's important to highlight student legal services. Student legal services is essentially a program that is funded through student government where students can get a free lawyer. If you're interested or know anyone who is interested in taking advantage of this resource, you can contact Jacob Stodola at jstodola@unomaha.edu. And then I can also send this out in an email later. I just want to ensure that people who are protesting, specifically UNO students, know that they have someone who can represent them just in case and are protected by the law. The next one is CAPS. CAPS is Counseling and Psychological Services. This is an extremely important resource, and if you know anyone that has been going through some stuff due to the recent protesting or just needs extra help with mental health, feel free to contact CAPS. I know students get 10 free therapy sessions, and it's important that we all utilize this, especially since UNO is paying for it. And that is it on my end, but thank you all so much for coming here, attending Senate today. It'll be a fun meeting, but I'm excited to have you all here. Thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone. Thank you all for joining the first Student Senate business meeting. My name is Kevin Ramirez, and I am the current Vice President for Student Government Association. And then I wanted to talk about the resolution template. So with the resolution template, this is like a way just to like make some change here on campus. We have a couple of boxes. The number, you can just leave that up to me. The title of the resolution can just be like what the resolution title is. The author, who's the one that's writing the resolution, as well as the sponsor, is like whoever wants to support the resolution that wants to bring forward to Student Senate business meeting. And then the reviewer, I will discuss this more with the certification review. And then the date submitted, the Senate date, and then Senate vote, that will all be discussed here in Student Senate business meetings. So with the resolution template, this is just mostly just talking about like what is happening that the resolution is being forward. What do you guys want to talk about, and what are some information that you want to highlight, especially during Student Senate business meeting? And then for therefore be resolved is just talking about like what are some actions that student government is going to be taking for this resolution to come forward. So that is the template. I did send an email about this last week. And then something that we want to do like this year is a certification and review. This one is for the people that are going to be reviewing the resolution. This is just talking about clarity, grammar, spelling, and formatting. They're just going to be checking out boxes as well as just writing some little commentary, especially with this box, and then signing it on once you have finished reviewing the resolution. And then once you guys are finished reviewing the resolution, please attach the certification review on the last page of the resolution so it can be discussed here in Student Senate business meetings. And then with the restore, I think, let's see, what is the business? Oh. So with the SGA resources, I do want to like send out the government documents of the policy index and the bylaws. However, that is going to be approved pretty soon in the summer. And once that new document has been approved, I will be sending that information on to you. And then I also do want to take the time to talk about circuit meetings in the summer. So please please look out for an email from me just to talk about like the circuit meetings that are going to be taking place. And also with reports, with the agenda, I do want to discuss about like what are some key topics that each individual is going to be talking about with the officers, the board of directors, as well as the committee chairs, or just talking about like what are some reports, some topics of discussion that you guys want to like highlight. And just so I can like put them on the agenda so people can be knowing like what's going to be happening. So that is my report. May we have Chief of Staff Ostek's report?
Yeah, so for my report, I have a couple of things that I'd like to have on your all's radar. So something that's likely going to impact the university quite a bit is
thank you. All right, so FAFSA, which I'm sure you're all at least vaguely aware of it. It's the federal application for, it's a free application for federal student aid. Law got passed back in 2020 to simplify the process, and so it got reworked the questionnaire from originally supposed to make things a lot easier. It got reworked from, I think it was over 100 questions that students would have to answer when filling it out to about 40. But unfortunately, the way it got rolled out on the IT end of things bungled it significantly. And so instead of coming out in October like it normally does, it didn't come out until December. Worse than that, I mean, it was full of other technical problems, and it's also impacting some people's aid as well. Some people were previously able to get a lot of people are able to get aid who weren't previously able to, which is good. But some people who are able to get aid before aren't able to now. So it's really shifted and changed that. And that is currently impacting enrollment numbers for UNO right now. So we're looking at like the scale of what the decline is going to be, but it's particularly sharp among first generation students. So that's just going to be something that we're going to need to, as a body, keep an eye out and be mindful of over the summer and going into this, because it could result in the university and student government, MAPRO, Gateway, all these agencies being impacted by a budget shortfall, where the estimated number of students who enrolled is less than anticipated. So that's going to be something that I'm going to really be trying to keep everyone in the loop on, how that's kind of progressing throughout the summer, and really once we get better data, I'll share it with you. Beyond that, in August, so about a week before school starts, we have yet to set the exact date, but we'll probably have it out to you within the next week or so. There's going to be a student government retreat. It's going to be a 2-day retreat. One of the days is going to be just the executive team. So executive team, like, kind of be ready for that. But then the other day is going to be for senators. It's going to be a little bit more development into like, what is the role of senators in doing that? And then just a lot of us being able to get to know each other in a more casual setting. Maybe playing some games, doing other just leadership development activities. So just keep an eye on your calendars for then. And finally, directors, coordinators, I'd like to, if you're appointed as director or coordinator, I'd like to be able to talk to you after this so we can get some scheduling stuff lined up after this meeting. And that would be amazing. That's my report. Thank you.
Reports to the board of directors, but since we do not have a board of directors, now we're on to reports of committees. Since we do not have committees, we're going on to reports from our advisors.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a little bit past 7, but I do want everyone to give yourselves a round of applause for being here today. So, as we transition into
So as we transition into leadership this semester, similar to what Nate said, Kevin said, as Shawnee said, please continue to check your emails. I know we're kind of getting tired of emails, but there's a lot of good information coming your way. You all are going to get access to a lot in relation to some particularly important SGA profiles through SharePoint, access to the suites, emails for those that need it, etc. So continue to look out there. As for today is a learning process. I know there's quite a lot of people who are nervous. Just know that that is okay. I know recently I shared a message about the module trainings. In lieu of the recent bylaws and policy updates, we will revise that training module and also get that to you over the summer. So that way If anyone has any questions leading into the retreat, you all have the appropriate time and setting to do so. I also want to thank those that have already set up a one-on-one with me just to touch base, discuss a few things, set goals, things like that. For those who have not, particularly with the directors and coordinators, I'll be working with you over the summer. But for our senators and agency directors, student court, please schedule a meeting with me or connect with me after this so that way we can find an appropriate time. I've told quite a few people already, but I'm super excited for this particular cohort of students. The energy, the drive, the passion is amazing. So in that, I look forward to seeing what you all bring this year. And if anyone has any questions, don't ever hesitate to reach out.
And for the civic engagement committee is civil engagement committee.
Oh, I see.
Not so.
I think those are artifacts. Hey, Kevin, don't worry about it. I can do it. Finish.
And then our next item of business will be old business, but since we do not have old business, now we're on to new business. Our first item of new business will be appointment of Director of EIA, Teresa Nguyen. Here you go.
Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. Well, it is so lovely seeing all your faces. I look forward to potentially working with all of you today. So actually this upcoming school year. So just a little bit about myself before I move on to why I'm interested in this role and some of my qualifications, or just talking about my experiences on how I can apply to this position. So my name is Teresa Nguyen. I will be an incoming MBA student for this upcoming school year. So I will be graduating with my bachelor's degree in business administration with a minor in public health. And furthermore, I am also a first generation student, Vietnamese American background. So my parents are immigrants from Vietnam. And besides school and work, I also volunteer for the Women's Center for Advancement at their clothing boutique, and also Partnership for Kids as a goal buddy at Bell Ryan Elementary. So moving forward, why am I exactly interested in this role? So first off, to tackle why student government, I knew that I wanted to be more involved on campus during my graduate year. And so student government, I feel, was a great organization to gain valuable experiences from, being able to interact with all kinds of people as well, and learning so much from all of you guys. And I know student government, you guys advocate for the student body, and that's what I love. And I'd love to have a valuable experience and just be able to contribute thoughtfully as well. And then for DEI&A, so this topic is actually something I'm very passionate about, especially with, being a minority. I understand, and I actually know what it's like, to feel excluded, or when you're in settings that don't necessarily promote DEI&A, that it's really important to make sure that other people feel included. And so one of the things that I can, bring up as an example was when I got first promoted as a key carrier at my retail job, I was the only person of color on management team. So what I strived for was trying to be promoting and furthering the initiatives of DE&I, because although the corporate culture can say they promote DE&I, when you're working within the store itself, you don't really necessarily see that. And so I tried to do, it may not seem as big to you guys, but for me, just seeing the looks on these associates' faces, and me wishing that I also had a member of management doing this for me as well. I would have wished to see, decorating the break rooms to celebrate certain heritage months, or also holidays that are not necessarily major holidays, but cultural holidays as well. And then also just bridging the gap of communication between associates who were not fluent in English, and then making sure whatever management was saying, that communication was being cascaded by asking associates who did speak the language of these associates to communicate with them as well. And so overall, I am very excited to be looking forward to working with the 6 main agencies, AMS, NDA, FGSA, QTS, WGEC, and also ISS. I took a look at all your guys' social medias already. Also got to speak with a few of the members from WGEC, AMS, and also QTS specifically from Lawrence. So thank you all for providing insight and just telling me what you're looking forward in the director of the E&I position. And I hope I get to learn from you guys a lot and that I will be a champion for all the agencies as well. And then just continuing bridging the gap between student government and also the agencies. And so with that, do you guys have any questions or concerns that you'd like me to address?
All right, so now, this process, get to go out to the hallway, we'll discuss. Except that I'll leave.
Yeah, so I just think Teresa's an amazing candidate. One thing that we were specifically looking for when it came to the director of DEIA was someone who's an advocate and someone who is willing to ensure that agencies are being represented in student government. We have this thing called the DEIA curse, where typically when we have a director of DEIA, it oftentimes just doesn't work out the way it's supposed to. And Teresa was a very deliberate pick because we really do think that she will be an amazing advocate for the agencies, ensure that agencies are being represented in the Senate, and also ensure that agencies feel supported by student government and its proceedings.
Hey. I do not personally know this candidate, but I would say that that was an incredibly well prepared speech. She has obviously done the work to not only research what this position is supposed to do, but has done some of the background research on just like, what are our agencies up to? Who's involved with them? And I think that that's really energy that we need to be bringing to the position. I think that that's a really vital part of who we are as kind of a parent organization as SGA. And I think that she sounds like she's really willing to do that work and has already started to do it. And it sounds like this is someone who I would trust to be able to stay on top of it and to try and make those connections in a good way and in a way that will benefit both us and the agencies and people that we're working with.
Yeah, she's really, oh yeah, thank you.
I strongly support Teresa going into this position. Earlier today, she had mentioned it, but really had the opportunity to show all the agency spaces. She's really done a great job just like listening and like really sponging up a lot of information because not being in student government previously and then kind of just being like, oh hey, here's like 10 things which are all going on, learn them all. And then throughout that, she's like, okay, yeah, I'm following along. And even there's like a little moment, Garrett was walking alongside us and Garrett asked, he's like, what are the agencies again? And it was just in the middle of the conversation. She was able to just be like, oh yeah, here's all of them. And definitely put in work in her research. So yeah. So yeah, please vote yes.
I can run it.
Hi. Yeah, I have never met her before, but I also do believe that she seems like a very responsible and up-to-date candidate. She, especially with having a lot of organizations on campus that are a part of this group, but having a voice of reason in these kinds of meetings are very important in allowing us to open our eyes to these sorts of issues that do happen on campus and especially in the Omaha metro area. And she says with her being up to date with what's going on currently, it is really nice to have that voice of reason. So I do believe that she is a strong candidate.
Is there any further discussion for Department Director DEIA, which is so important? If there are no further questions, now we're on to your vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hands. All those abstained, please raise your pockets. Teresa Wade has been appointed as Director of DEI.
Oh my God. I was walking back and forth out there, you go. That's okay.
Our next item of business will be a statement of city's mayor, Sarah Bird.
It's okay, it's okay. Who's got the? Hello.
Hi, guys. Forgive me. I'm not as cool as Teresa. I have prepared remarks, so bear with me. But my name's Garrett Conley. I am a junior here at UNO. I'm majoring in political science and international studies, and I've got 4 minors. I know I'm crazy, but Holocaust and genocide studies, history, human rights, and sustainability. And once I'm done at UNO, I'm hopefully, depending on my LSAT score, going to go to law school and focus in public interest law. And I know some of you here in my law class with me. But anyway, I'm fairly active in the Omaha and Nebraska political communities. I work on the Nebraskans for Medical Marijuana campaign. I work on the Protect Our Rights campaign and the Support Our Schools campaign, which, little plug, if you haven't signed the petitions, let me know. I have them with me. But I've also interned with the state senator at the Nebraska State Capitol, and I am UNO's Newman Civic Engagement Fellow this year, which I'll be working with Tony Monet that you guys saw earlier to engage students. As this is the first time for most of you were elected to this position. I know some of you off to the side weren't, but with that election, I think that it's very important to keep in mind that people voted for you and they trusted you to act on behalf of them. And so I think as Director of Integrity, that's a really important piece and aspect of the job. And ultimately, I know that with a lot of passionate people, you're all obviously passionate people or else you wouldn't be here. There's going to be some arguments and some disagreements, and that's perfectly fine. But we also want to make sure that we're operating in a respectful and honorable manner to the office that you were elected to. But I know that's tough sometimes, and that's okay. We can all have conflict as long as it comes from a place of love. So I really do want to see UNO be a better place for everybody. I think stuff like the emergency contraceptive vending machine is so cool, and to see that have an impact on students and their lives is just awesome. And I'm new to student government. I've been involved, seen some stuff that they've done in the past, but I am, rest assured, reading up on Robert's rules, the bylaws, everything. I'm going to spend this summer making sure I'm very prepared to take it on in the fall if I'm chosen. But yeah, so if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
What's up? You sound like you're really busy, and I'm serious. Like, you want to go to law school, you're doing all these things, and that's awesome. And thank you. Student government does take a lot of time. I've learned this past year that it can take hours on Thursday, and even outside of that, you're doing work. So how do you think you're going to be able to manage that with your schedule already?
So I will say those campaigns that I mentioned earlier are all done July 3rd. So those will not be a problem next school year. I take the LSAT June 6th. And so you take it too. So if I need to take it again, I'll take it again in August. But either way, I don't see it being much of a problem. So a lot of those things will fall off. And I knew that
I was gonna apply for this, so I've purposefully kept it kind of light. So in the fall, I don't have too much planned. Oh,
I'm sorry.
well, thank you, everyone. Please vote yes. I'd love to work with you all this year.
I have to make sure you leave the room.
I'd highly encourage this, even though I've only interacted with Garrett twice. He's very passionate about what he advocates for. And like he said, he's willing to do the research for the position. And we need someone exactly like that for integrity to make sure that the rules are applied and all that. So just saying, I'd highly encourage it.
Senator Brady.
I mean, just by seeing what he's majoring and minoring in, it speaks pretty loud on how qualified he is. In that and his involvement outside on campus and outside in the community, working with the senator, he did say, I believe, and that department per se. It does speak volumes for how involved and how much he does care about the community and how involved in the business realm he is and in the law realm. So I do think that he would be the proper candidate for this position.
Is there any further discussion for the appointment director, Lieutenant Reed?
I don't need the microphone, that's okay. He's just so awesome. I've known him for so many years. I was in yearbook with Garrett my junior year of high school, guys. I've never met someone so smart and so funny at the same time. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Is there any further discussion for appointment director, Lieutenant Reed? Since there is no more discussion, now we're on to the period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands. Please only vote one. You said it.
So sorry.
All it is.
Yeah.
All those abstain, please raise your placards. Garrett Conley has been appointed for Director of Integrity. Oh, yeah. No, you can sit over here because the rest of the directors are sitting. Our next item of business is the appointment of Director of Leadership Development, Sarah Lasso. Is there a proponent speech?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Lasso, and I'm a freshman at UNO and majoring in political science with a public administration minor. I am a Nebraska native, born from Colombian immigrant parents, and I'm going to tell you a little story. A few years back, my parents took me to Colombia. On one occasion, we walked down a street where several families were living in makeshift shelters. They were asking for help with signs that said they had lost their land. One relative explained these people had been expelled from their own farms by armed guerrillas. These are not isolated cases. They are literally thousands of families who must abandon it all. It was at that moment that I realized what makes my life in America unique. I understood then why my parents had welcomed the challenges and obstacles of coming here for my brother and I. I realized then America is special because of the rules that govern us. I began a journey of understanding and learning about our government and got involved with the American Legion Oratorical Contest, Voices of Democracy, Attorney General's Leaders of Tomorrow, and Speech and Debate. I've had the opportunity to sharpen my knowledge of law and grow to love the field I want to pursue in the future. I'm working towards this goal by studying political sciences, like I said, and a minor in public administration. My goal is to attend law school. I believe that being part of student government in a leadership position is a continuation of a road I began, and I step towards my goal. I want to be a leader in our school and serve in different positions. In addition, when my parents immigrated to America 20 years ago, their journey was paved with struggles and sacrifices that my brother and I were reminded of constantly. They have asked us to respect their sacrifices by being excellent at what we do. This is one of the reasons I go above and beyond in anything I do, whether it is academics, sports, or community service. I work hard to succeed, not just for accolades, but to honor those who can't have the same opportunities I have. Opportunities I enjoy because of the place I was born. In doing so, I have developed skills that I believe will aid me in becoming an effective director of leadership development. For example, I am determined and driven. I've seen the fruits of my determination and my participation in sports. Freshman year of high school, I decided to join a sport I had never played before, golf. From the moment I started trying to hit the ball, I fell in love with the sport that is all about you. I immersed myself in it, understanding the complexity of the swing, how to manage distances, and especially how to stay calm during difficulty. I quickly learned that golf, like in life, hard work pays off, but slowly, very slowly. I learned to be patient, to fight for a goal. Every year, I set some goals for myself that I was able to accomplish. I realized they would demand practice, consistency, and drive. Accomplishing them has made me very proud of myself. I know for some medals are just pieces of metal, but for me, every one of them has been achieved with sweat and work, lots of work. I am proud of myself for achieving them, but I am most proud of the days when everyone left the course and I stayed until dark, way past anyone. I'm proud of the cold and freezing days where the pro in the course had to kick me out of the range. I'm proud of the times when my teammates called me obsessed, but I just called myself a fighter. I began as a novice and ended my high school career at state runner-up and a member of the UNO women's golf team. My freshman year at UNO has been challenging, and I will now understand why so many give up. However, I will see it through and work to excel because I don't give up once I set a goal for myself. I believe my background, determination, and desire to succeed are the most important qualities that I bring to this group. My experience in FYLC has also given me good knowledge on how SGA works and that I crave to be involved in it as much as I can. Although I still have a lot to learn about many aspects of this organization, I'm willing to learn and give my all to serve in this position well. I also believe it is a huge passion of mine to create future leaders for SGA and also beyond. Thank you. Are there any other questions I can answer?
What experiences have you had in mentorship or leadership that have prepared you for this job, this role specifically?
Yes, of course. So since I am a freshman, I can only give you some examples of my high school career. I was involved in NHS for quite a long time, and I was able to lead like small groups in that area. And in student council, I was part of an exec team, which caused me to have to coordinate meetings and organize events, and also be aware of budgets. I was also I'm not aware, but I was also involved in a branch for Habitat for Humanity Campus Committee, which is a youth-led organization that helped with the builders or the recipients of the homes and building those homes. So I also worked with organizing events such as fundraisers and having to make some hard decisions because of budget. So those are just some of the things I have done. Anything else? Thank you.
Now we're on to a period of discussion for the appointment of Director of Leadership Development, Sarah Lasso. Senator John.
Okay, hi. Just really quickly want to say, so I met Sarah at the beginning of this year in FYLC, and I just wanted to add to this that like she's an incredibly like kind dedicated individual. She's very hardworking, so I know she would put so much time and effort into really cultivating a great group and a great experience for the future participants of FYLC. And I also just know that she like very much cares about the things she puts her time and energy into. So I know she would do a great job as director for this position and for the future group.
Senator Rangel.
Nope, just.
Okay. Me and Sarah are both in the same scholarship cohort. And when we first met, she was the first person I ever spoke to during orientation day. I have never met someone with so much charisma and passion for what she does, especially for golf. And just for like, she has so much empathy for people. And I admire her and I aspire to be like her when I grow up. She's just an all around great person. And I know that the new students that are coming in next year for FYLC will do great under her leadership skills.
Senator Caleton Palacios.
Just adding on to what everyone has said, Sarah is a pretty great individual, and I feel like her compassion, how kind she is, and how understanding she is of how people live their life and all that. I think we need a director just like Sarah, because every FYLC member will have their own personality, of course, their own major and their own passions, and someone like Sarah who understands that everyone's going to go into a different path and encourages everyone to be to their best ability. I couldn't think of anyone else to lead FYLC next year.
Is there further discussion for the appointment of Director of Leadership Development, Sarah Lasso? Regent Adidam?
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to have Sarah in FYLC this past year as her Director of Leadership Development, and just the growth she's shown in that role has been amazing. And she's always been very inquisitive about Senate proceedings, and I really do see her being a great mentor for the upcoming FYLC. She has shown that she's very mature and that she really can take on this mentorship role, and I'm excited to see what she's going to do.
Is there further discussion for the appointment of Director of Leadership Development, Sarah Lasso? Since there is no further discussion, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstain, please raise your placards. Director of Leadership Development, Sarah Lasso, has been appointed.
I stand by my support. I stand by my support. Oh my God.
The next item of business is the appointment of American Multicultural Student Agency Director, Jonna Bailey. Is there a proponent speech?
Good evening. Hello, hello. Okay. Good evening. My name is Jonna Bailey and my pronouns are she, her. I am a rising senior currently studying business administration with a major in management and leadership with a concentration in cross-sector collaborative leadership. I had the pleasure of serving as co-director of AMS this past year, and I'm so excited to hopefully continue in this position at a 100% capacity by taking on the full directorship. As 2024 is still our 50th anniversary, I want to continue with the legacy
and share our history with students, staff, and faculty. Although I'm pretty sure we're all preparing for finals, I promise you I'm literally bursting with ideas and probably already have a rough draft of an event calendar for the next school year, just waiting to come to fruition, starting from an idea to a fully fleshed out plan. For next year, I want to reshape one of our current initiatives, the Executive Council for Multicultural Organizations, also known as ECMO. The initiative has been in place for roughly 2 to 3 years, and we have had many successes, especially with collaborating with diverse student populations. But I truly want to provide even more resources to our ECMO ambassadors to set them up for success on topics such as how to go about improving cross-cultural communications, developing not just diverse event planning, but ones that are also accessible as well, and getting them plugged in a way to resources available off and on campus to help grow their organizations. Something I also want to continue working on is building out our structure for our multicultural resource library through a book club, which I want to kickstart over the summer as another way to interact with students outside of the traditional academic semester. I would love to see you all a part of it over the summer, especially if you have some free time. Furthermore, I got the chance to attend the Impact Conference through my collaborative internship on campus, which really gave me some food for thought about reorganizing systems and decolonizing structures, which I would love to implement some of those things that I learned, such as developing a leadership strategy on how to tackle increasing civic engagement, as well as looking to increase college turnout, especially for the next election year. I'm also really hyped up to organize a Black and Brown internship fair here in Mammal Hall. But more particularly, I'm excited about the potential of community partnerships as they not only elevate AMS's visibility beyond campus walls, but also demonstrate our commitment to ensuring students are aware and hopefully learn about ways to get engaged outside of the classroom. For instance, we would invite community leaders and alumni to share their expertise on topics like financial literacy for communities of color, or even have our ECMO, which our ECMO leaders could potentially find beneficial, as well as the entire student body. As students are the center of student activism, we must acknowledge the injustice and genocide happening right now, this very second in Palestine. I urge you to demand a ceasefire when you vote during the primary elections. If you are voting nonpartisan, you will want to request a Democratic ticket. I know the purpose of this is to appoint me, but we cannot remain silent to the things going on in this world. So regardless if you appoint me, my assignment to you is to demand and write in a ceasefire before or by the last day to vote in person, which is Friday, or is that Tuesday? May 13th. All in all, now more than ever, it's vital to empower students and provide them with the tools they need to succeed in their advocacy work. And one avenue to do that is through student government. And as agency director, I plan to equip students with the things they need to be successful, whether that's through programming, leadership development, or even just being a listening ear. Thank you.
Oh yeah, this question.
Okay. That was my first time saying that. Any questions for me? Yes.
How did you come up with the idea to have, like, or potentially have a book club over the summer for, like, outside of academic bonding?
Yeah, so I'm also a part of another student organization called Black Excellence, and one of our leaders were trying to start a book club, but we never got to do it. And so I know when I was talking to other students, they were like, you know, I would love to do a book club, but I might not necessarily have the time like during the traditional like semester, but I would be more than willing to come to a book club like over the summer. So something is already in the works that I'm working with community partner, Paper New Stars. They're a bookstagrammer in Omaha, as well as the Students for Justice in Palestine we're looking to do. So something's already in the works, but I really wanted to uplift books, especially banned books. We've seen a lot of that going on, and one of the ways to get people engaged and active is by reading. Any other questions? Okey-dokey.
Now we're on to a period of discussion for the appointment of American Multicultural Student Agency Director, Jonna Bailey. Is there any discussion? Senator John?
Okay, hi. I don't know her, but she sounds like very ready to take on this role. Obviously, she already has like past experience from this 23-24 school year and doing this, but she just also seems like very passionate and very energetic to take this on. The like plans and ideas she was already kind of starting to lay down for us about some events she wants to have and different ways she wants to engage UNO students both here on campus and like with outside organizations throughout the city also sound great. The book club I think sounds great. The like job fair here in Mammal sounds great. So yeah, very excited for her and for all of those.
Is there any further discussion for the appointment of American Multicultural Student Agency Director, Jonna Bailey? If there is no further discussion, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. I think it's 18, yeah. This is like everyone.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Can everyone flip them up like super high?
All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstain, please raise your placards. American Multicultural Student Agency Director, Jonna Bailey, has been appointed. Our next item of business is the appointment of Network for Disability Awareness Agency Co-Director, Juliana Scheppner. Scheppner. Is there a proponent speech?
There is.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Juliana Scheppner. I'm a junior and I'm pursuing degrees in psychology and studio art with the eventual goal of becoming an art therapist, staying in the Omaha area. I've been involved in some form of disability awareness, to be honest, almost as long as I can remember. I received my diagnosis when I was 3 years old and I gave my first speech about disability when I was 8. And so this is something that I've been passionate about really for my entire life. And I've advocated for disability and accessibility in various roles, for my entire life, but formally for the last 5 years. So I'm passionate about advocating for the diversity that exists within disability communities. As a dynamically disabled individual, my disability can look very different from day to day. Some days I need mobility aids, some days I do not. But my experience certainly does not look like what people would consider the typical disabled experience. Except the typical disabled experience doesn't exist. In reality, that's not something that exists. And so this is something about NDA that's very important to me, is that the mission of NDA is to provide awareness about the diversity that exists within the disability community and within disabled student populations here at UNO. So in my role as director over the past year, I've worked to build connections. I've worked to learn what student needs are here on campus, and I've worked to reestablish the presence of NDA. As you may be aware, there were several years when the Network for Disability Awareness didn't have much of a presence on campus. And so this is something that I've worked to address over the last year, although it is certainly still an uphill battle. Over the last year, NDA has collaborated extensively with other agencies, working towards the goal of building visibility for our agency on campus. I've also had the privilege of connecting with a number of students to talk about what their experiences regarding disability have been and how UNO has been able to serve their needs and the areas of growth that still remain. So one area that I would like NDA to address in the future is mental health and how that intersects with disability, because there is significant overlap. And so this is an area that I'd like to see NDA expand into. As an agency, NDA has spent a lot of time over the last year reimagining what our presence on campus looks like. As part of this vision casting process, we've redreamed what NDA should do. And so NDA really is going to shift towards more education. There's been a lot of emphasis in social events, and those certainly have value. But NDA is the Network for Disability Awareness. And so we're excited to do some more educational events, specifically through the monthly Lunch and Learn events that we've begun planning for the 2024-2025 school year. So if I'm reappointed to this position, I'll be excited to work with co-director Marina Hardy if she is also appointed. I'd like to see NDA begin to address the overlap between mental health and disability. And I want to reestablish a working relationship with Accessibility Services Center. This is something that's been a little bit of a challenge due to some leadership turnover. But I'd like to reestablish that relationship so that NDA is working with other organizations on campus, both at the student level and at the university level, in order to best serve the needs of students, because that's what we're all here for. So if I'm reappointed to this position, I'll be able to provide consistency and a smooth transition, which is something that's been lacking in NDA over the last several years. And that's really hampered NDA's ability to be successful. Having consistency within NDA will enable this agency to be successful in the next academic year. So thank you for your time listening to me speak. This is something I'm incredibly passionate about, and I appreciate you considering me for this position again. Are there any questions I can answer?
Now we already know each other.
Yes.
But, I like everything that you said. I just had one question. How do you plan on talking with administration or like just a little bit more of explanation?
Of course. So already in this school year, I've begun reaching out to Accessibility Services Center through emails, and I would like in the next year to set up some in-person meetings on a regular basis, just to figure out how our organizations can work together more effectively. So initially it starts with emails and then eventually meetings.
Is there any questioning? No. Now on to a period of discussion for the Department of Network for Disability Awareness, Agency Co-Director Juliana Schiefner. Senator Caleton Palacios. Palacios, okay.
Okay, so I know Julie from a class I took with her last semester, and from working with her and just seeing her in class, she is very passionate about what she does. She's not scared to put the work in, and everyone could see that from her speech today. And honestly, I'm very proud of her for speaking about her own experience with her disability and all that, and also willing to call out the lack of an NDA and seeing what needs to be improved and willing to put all that work in because it can be exhausting. And then as a person who does have accommodations for their classes, it was not only like emotional, but brightening to see that she's willing to talk with administration, have those tough conversations to see improvement. Because at the end of the day, we're all students and we all have the right to learn. Even as some people need more accommodations or no accommodations or less accommodations, everyone should be able to be represented. And I think Julie will do an amazing job at that. So I highly encourage you guys to vote for her for director.
Senator Brooklyn.
In my experience as a talking with her, she was clear passion for this job. And she's just a lovely person to work with, and I know it's.
Oh, yeah. Hi, guys. I should probably take the microphone. She has demonstrated clear passion for NDA through the times I've talked to her, and she's just a delight to be around and a joy to work with. So I would really strongly recommend she be appointed.
Is there further discussion for the appointment of Network for Disability Awareness Agency Co-Director Juliana Schiepner? If there's no further discussion, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstain, please raise your placards. The Network for Disability Awareness Agency Co-Director Juliana Schiepner has been appointed. Our next item of business is the appointment of a Network for Disability Awareness Agency Co-Director Marina Hardy. Is there a proponent speech?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Marina. You guys might recognize me as a senator from last year for CPACs. I was on budget as well. I started as a SUNO ambassador 2 years ago. So I've been in with Senate for about 2 years. I am really passionate about disabilities specifically. I think it can be unseen, and I think people who have disabilities should be seen. I really want to be a strong advocate in that regard. I also want to destigmatize it because I think people come out with disabilities aren't always treated with the dignity that they deserve. So if I were elected as director, I would try my hardest to make people struggling with disabilities feel like people and have their integrity, and make sure that the student body also respects them. And I would do that by some of the lunch and learns and educational activities. I also have more of a broad view of disabilities. So I think if you're really stressed, it's debilitating. That could be considered a disability to not getting your homework done. So I don't want it to be just like a documented disability. I think all of us get really stressed, and that can be disabling. So I also want to advocate for you when you're also feeling very stressed out. And I have really strong empathy. I really want to work for kind of something beyond myself. And this opportunity would help me fulfill that goal and helping others feel welcomed at UNO. Any questions?
Yes, Nate.
You may have gone into this, but could you talk a little bit about your educational background?
Oh, yeah. So I started off with a neuroscience major in psychology. I went to Bachelor of Multiple Disciplinary Studies and added a political science degree because like a few people, I wanted to go into pre-law. So I did a lot of constitutional things, and it would be really cool to work in disability advocacy, from the legal side. I was looking into some like ADA things, especially since I walk all the time and I see like all these little like potholes and not everyone's able-bodied. So I've been like thinking of ways to making it more accessible for those who can't drive, especially. And that kind of ties into the whole sustainability thing. I advocated that last year with the bike share program specifically because not everyone's able to drive. And I thought that'd be a good opportunity for them. Any others? Yes.
What would your educational activities entail?
I'm sorry, Lydia, you're no longer ambassador.
My bad.
I could still answer that. I was vice president of SUNO, so I planned a lot of events with them. I was in pre-law club. I was in philosophy club. I was the secretary, but I also did a lot of recruitment in like first year classes to get them involved with philosophy club. I don't know. I'm on the DEI committee for my college CPACs. And one of the reasons I wanted to join that as well was because I wanted to advocate for like non-traditional students specifically, because I feel like they should be part of the DEI aspect. That's pretty much it. I keep pretty busy academically, but I want to make time for this opportunity. I've already kind of planned it out, and this is going to be my one like outside of academics activity. So I'm very passionate about NDA specifically. Any others? Very cool. Thank you.
Now we're on to peer discussion for the appointment of Network for Disability Awareness Agency Co-Director Marina Hardy. Senator Gomez.
I had the opportunity to work with Marina on budget committee this year. And when she first came in, everyone was kind of, they didn't know if she was gonna be able to do the job very well. But I mean, that's I remember like when we first voted on her, that was kind of like the whole thing of it. But then she came back, she was still wanted to be a part of student government. She got voted in. And I'll tell you, she's done an amazing job this like on budget committee. I've seen her grown so much. She's extremely passionate now. She's not afraid to voice her own opinion. She's, like she said, she's super empathetic. She's always thinking of ways to help other people who aren't in the conversation and make sure that they're included. So I think she would do phenomenal in this role. That's all I have to say.
Senator Hirschbaum Harding.
Kind of to work off of what Senator Gomez said, I have also had the pleasure of working with Marina for a couple of years through SGA. And I think she's a really resilient person and someone who's really demonstrating passion for helping students, especially those who are often underrepresented. I also had the honor of working with her as an SABC commissioner, and I think she also really brings that more soft-spoken strength that is really necessary when having big conversations. And I can see her doing really good advocacy work. She did good advocacy work for people during SABC and spoke on behalf of the NDA during those discussions. So I think she just sounds like an outstanding candidate for being able to support this agency and just supporting that growth, because I know it's something she's already really passionate about. And I'm excited to see where that takes her.
Senator Brooklyn.
Yeah, I would just like to kind of reflect what Senator Hirschbaum Harding said and Senator Gomez said. I worked with Marina for a little bit on civic engagement committee. She was very interested and she's just passionate about so many things and she's so dedicated. It's been amazing working with her and seeing her work in student government because she has done amazing things.
Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion for the appointment of Network for Disability Awareness Agency Co-Director Marina Hardy? If there are no further discussion, now we're on to your period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards.
All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstain, please raise your placards. Marina Hardy has been appointed for the Network for Disability Awareness Agency Co-Director. Our next item of business is the appointment of Women and Gender Equity Center Agency Director Jess Hernandez Horazo. Is there a proponent speech?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Jess. I served as a College of Arts and Senators last year. So I go by she, her. I'm a rising senior double majoring in international studies with a concentration in Latin America and Latino Latin American studies as well. I have minors in sustainability and environmental sciences, and I'm on a pre-law track. I'm taking the LSAT in June as well. I am also keeping busy by doing a research project with Dr. Thomas Sanchez on student activism in a red Midwestern state. I was lucky enough to present our findings at the National Chicano and Chicana Conference in San Francisco a few weeks ago, and we hope to be published by the end of the year. Apart from being a rising senior at the university, I am also a first-generation daughter of Salvadoran and Honduran parents. So my time at UNO has been busy, but I didn't always plan it to be that way. During my first year at UNO, the university was returning from a quarantine, and I got involved with the university's multicultural affairs department during my first year and worked there for a year until its rebranding and merging with student involvement. My role within the department was to serve as an ambassador to the office's needs and connect students with the resources MCA and the university had to offer. Working this role allowed me to connect with several students across the university and led me to where I am now. I got connected with the Association of Latino American Students. From here, I met people connected in student government. This led me to running and being elected as a senator for the College of Arts and Sciences. Starting from our first meeting a year ago, I see myself having grown within my role as a senator and being a fierce advocate, not only with the Women and Gender Equity Center, but for all issues of equity and justice. Even with my time being done as a senator, I still plan on bringing resolutions to the Senate. I see myself fit for the role of the WGC director because I have a vast understanding of reproductive justice. In fact, in a class last year, I read Queer Aslan by Cherry Morago, and this quote has followed me into spaces of community and intersectionality, where this perspective is highly needed. This quote reads, "No progressive movement can succeed while any member of the population remains in submission." To understand this quote is to understand that reproductive justice holds this framework and that the work we do cannot succeed if we do not support the liberation of oppressed people globally. Throughout my time as a director of WGC, I plan on upholding this framework and cementing it into the future work of directors. Going through training to be an abortion doula and being in space with Advocates for Youth Abortion Support Collective, I've gone through the process of unlearning internalized stigmatization and how to provide peer support not only as an abortion doula, but utilize those same skill sets for the board and student body. As the director of the Women and Gender Equity Center, I will bring the same passion and dedication to the table that I did as a student senator. I will use my experiences as an abortion doula, ensuring that we will always build onto our programs and initiatives and addressing the real lives experiences of the student body. One of the key aspects I want to focus on as a director is inclusion of a student pharmacy within our health center. This pharmacy would not only provide a convenient location for students to access their prescriptions, but also distribute emergency contraception and birth control, like over-the-counter Opill. Access to contraceptives is a fundamental aspect of reproductive health. By providing these services on campus, we can ensure that all students have the resources they need to make informed decisions about their bodies. This is not just about providing a service. It's about empowering our students and promoting a culture of health and wellness on our campus. In addition to a student pharmacy, I want to create a peer support network that aids the reproductive justice needs of people on campus. Reproductive justice is not just about the right to choose, it's about the right to access healthcare, the right to be informed, and the right to be supported. However, the reality is that many students struggle to navigate these issues alone. They face barriers, stigma, and often a lack of understanding from those around them. This is where our peer support network comes in. We envision a network where students can turn to their peers for support, for understanding, and for guidance. A network where students know that they are not alone in this journey. And lastly, I want to thank Zoe Miller, for all the advocacy that she has done on behalf of the Women and Gender Equity Center. The work you do does not go appreciated. And I plan on living up your legacy to be a force to be reckoned with. So, questions?
Now we're on to a peer discussion for the appointment of Women and Gender Equity Center Agency Director Jess Fernandez Orazo. Director of Integrity, Conley.
Hi, guys. So I have gotten to know Jess pretty well this semester. I have 2 classes with her. She's always super engaged and ready to get to work. And one of the things that I've learned is just how passionate she is about these issues. And she knows the issues surrounding reproductive rights and reproductive freedom, contraceptive access. She just about knows them better than anybody else I know. I think she would be a great director of the WGEC. So I hope you'll consider voting for her.
Is there further discussion for the appointment of Women and Gender Equity Center Agency Director Jess Fernandez Orazo? If there are no further discussion, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstained, please raise your placards. Jess Hernandez Orazo has been appointed for the Women and Gender Equity Center Agency Director. Our next item of business is the appointment of Women and Gender Equity Center Ambassador Jalen Yuling.
I printed my stuff out because I don't know why. It's giving like the 1700s over here, but okay. I'm just gonna have to like deal with it. Okay. Hello, everyone, senators, chair, and directors. I'm so honored to be here tonight as the WGEC ambassador-elect. My name is Jalen Yuling. I'm an upcoming Regent Scholar and Senior in the College of Arts and Sciences studying international studies with minors in political science and human rights studies. I'm the co-founder of the international mutual aid organization called Eden Initiative, whose mission is to end period poverty in conflict zones across the globe. You may have seen us around campus like doing events and stuff like that. Our most recent project was supporting Palestinian refugees, internally displaced persons, and all in need of support through the Palestine Red Crescent Society and Egypt Red Crescent Society, a branch of the International Red Cross. We gathered more than 30,000 pads and have raised around 4,000 USD. It is by far my proudest achievement, and I'm so excited to bring my collaborative skills to the student government. I also have spent this spring working as an intern in the office of Nebraska Senator Kavanaugh, drafting, editing, and monitoring legislation on the state level. I also just recently started working at the Douglas County Justice Department as an intern to the clerk of the district court, organizing juries and working alongside court staff to better serve the citizens of Douglas County. Also, I'm on the exec board of the Elevate Omaha Get Out to Vote campaign that was kind of talked about earlier, for the 2024 elections on the state and federal level. I'm also an alumna of the American Auxiliary Legion Cornhusker Girls State Program, Hobie Leadership Program, and the National Honor Society. I hope to bring this experience with me to the student government on behalf of the WGEC.
Okay. I got my start working with the WGEC while organizing for my organization, Eden. As a community collaborator, working alongside the WGEC to spread awareness about our project to send humanitarian aid to refugees. Through my professional experience, I've shown extensive skill in organizing students, community members, and supporting people from all backgrounds and experiences. I'm incredibly excited to come together with the student government of UNO to create a positive environment that benefits students and everyone in the community. Thank you so much for your approval, and I look forward to working with you all this year. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah.
So I have a couple questions. My first one is, like, you mentioned that you've been working with Senator Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
Do you have like any really valuable lessons or experiences that you've gotten from that? Because that sounds like it would be an absolute ball.
Yeah, it was really fun. Actually, this summer I'm continuing my work with her. There's a petition going around right now to overturn LB 1402, which is giving public money to private schools. So I'm going to be working this summer to like go around and petition for that and collect signatures and stuff like that. I also worked in kind of overturning a lot of like anti-queer and LGBTQIA plus legislation. So like this year there was LB 575 that was going to eliminate trans and queer people in sports and bathrooms. So I worked alongside the senators to overturn that and filibuster that. So yeah. Any other questions? Okay.
I'm so sorry. What was it that like made you want to take up the ambassador position, just since it's your first year in this space? Like, what was it about it that just kind of appealed to you?
I wanted to continue my experience working in like a government kind of environment, especially because I want to kind of explore diplomacy down the line. I felt like this would be a really good way to explore that. I also worked with the WGC pretty extensively. I worked a lot with Zoe to kind of like get Eden off the ground and to really like learn how to community organize. And I feel like those skills really can apply to the student government and my work with like Elevate Omaha, the Get Out to Vote campaign. I would be kind of like, you know, finger on the pulse of like, you know, the youth ideas of today, the student population, everything like that. So yeah, any other questions? Yeah.
I love all of your experiences, like as a
Thank you.
This is so cool. How are you gonna be able to manage your time with all these other really amazing opportunities with the university together?
Yeah, so my internship with the senator had already ended at the end of the legislative course. So this school year, I'm not going to be doing anything except this and working at the courthouse for like 2 months until like September. So I will have a lot of free time.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Now we're on to a period discussion for the appointment of WGEC Ambassador Jalen Ewing. Director of Integrity Conley.
Hi again. Sorry, I'm going 2 in a row. I have known Jalen since last August, and she is absolutely a phenomenal person. She's so empathetic. She really, when she sees an issue or she sees people not being treated properly in any situation, she really dedicates herself to trying to fix and remedy the problem. I was there last semester in her class when her and another gal were just talking about getting their nonprofit off the ground. And it's been so cool to watch them work so hard. And they've been getting so many hygiene products to conflict zones, specifically Palestine. And again, I just can't stress how much Jalen really cares about UNO and the community and making it a better place. So I would say that you should support her.
Is there further discussion for the appointment of WGEC Ambassador Jalen Ewing? If there's no further discussion, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstain, please raise your placards. Jaylee Yuling has been appointed as WGEC's ambassador. Our next item of business is the appointment of Clarity and Trans Services Agency Director. Yes, Senator Hirschbaum Hardy,
Move to group for 10 minutes.
seconded by Senator Brooklyn.
So context, a move to groove is to take a break, just so you know. It's fun.
No.
We actually have to groove.
No. You just have to nod.
It was just
You can
for-
do whatever you want for 10 minutes.
Kevin, this is not debatable. So the power's vote now.
Oh, there's a vote? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
awesome. All those in favor for move to group for 10 minutes, please raise your placards. Seven? Wait, can you guys raise it up again? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. All those opposed, please raise your placards.
Put it down, Gio.
Yeah, no break. Okay. Do I need to say it?
No, you don't do it. Just
Oh, no, I don't. Okay. Okay. The motion fails. Okay, our next item of business is the appointment of Queers and Trans Services Agency Director Lawrence Wilson. Is there a proponent speech?
Yes, sir. Salut, bonjour tout le monde. So my name is Lawrence Wilson II. I'm a double major with computer science with the concentration in artificial intelligence, and of course, as you can guess, French. I am seeking the full directorship for QTS because first and foremost, I want to serve as a first contact for a lot of the queer community because I know being in Nebraska in such a red state, for a lot of students, surprisingly, that come to UNO specifically, they may not even met a queer person or they were a queer person that couldn't come out. And I want to provide a safe space for that specifically. QTS does specifically host 3 social groups, Queerations, Transcend, and Lesbian Real Queer happens every single week, except this week because, finals. And my previous experience with queer and transgender services started in my sophomore year where I was just a scared little sophomore. And I remember meeting Lewis Kirk and he told me about this organization and I was like, you know what, I might as well join because I have that prerogative. And let's see, aside from that, the other things that we do is that we have this trans inclusive closing closet that we host every week. We have a lot of participants in that. Last time I checked, right before planning Queer Prom, which I will tell you all about, there were like 90 attendees, and that honestly really made me really happy because I thought that the operation wasn't going to go far, but it went further than I even expected. We also host extracurricular events like Queer Prom, which is happening tomorrow, which is just like a safe space for LGBTQ students to basically have the prom experience that they probably couldn't have in high school. Because, as I said earlier, Nebraska is not like Omaha. It is sometimes not a perfect space for LGBTQ people, so I wanted to provide that specific space. And this is our second year doing Queer Prom, so that's fun. And anything else? I think that will be it. Do y'all have any questions? Do tell.
I'm very sorry to ask. During our last open forum of this last year, we heard from a student who alleged that you sexually harassed them. Could you please talk to us about the allegations and give your perspective on it?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure which one you want to pull up.
Initially, no.
Here it is. There you go.
All right, let me pull up my
You
document.
want me to go on top to bottom?
Oh, no, this is just, that one is just one email, so you don't have to go. There's no email exchange. So, the student in question, well, former student in question, excuse me, her name is Juniper, And she did make those accusations as of last week. Although I did watch the full statement, and within that statement, she said that she asked me to step down. And if you scroll down a little bit, it wasn't just an ask, it was more of a impolite ultimatum. So I thought it best not to further contact her further, because that, what's a very polite way of saying this, disturbed me, because what she was alleging is a crime. So I thought it best not to contact her further. So the first thing I did was contact Title IX.
Where's it?
So contacting Title IX. Yep, right. All right, so I contacted Title IX the day after Juniper sent me that email, because I did not know what to do, because I've just been accused of a crime, and I read that email at midnight, even though I got it at 8:52 p.m. that last night. So I was very, very scared. Then I went to then Title IX referred me to Jacob Sadola.
That's the one.
No. Do I have it up here? Nope.
Is it this one? No.
Yeah, I might as well get that up there.
No.
And
Wait, do you want me to pull it? Or no?
I'll reference it later.
Yeah, okay.
It's the correspondence.
I'll take you, Jacob. Yes, Title IX has referred me to Jacob Sadola, because they believed that this situation required his assistance, because I never gone through something like this before, and I've never been accused of a crime before. So I thought might as well use the resource that every student has access to. And through
Oh yeah, I was just tripping. I was just tripping.
And I remember Juniper stating that she got a threatening email from Sadola.
This one?
Yes. The reason why I had this email letter sent out was because in the initial email, she told me that she told other people about the case already, and with the same accusation. And I did not want Juniper spreading misinformation or lies about my character without any due evidence. Then a couple of days later, on specifically, let me get the date because I wrote it down. Let's see, not June. The decision for the case was decided, let's see, 3/21/24. The correspondence. That was the correspondence from the that contained the information from the dismissal, which I will read, because when I watched the initial statement, Juniper did mention that it did get dismissed because she wasn't a former student, but she left out important details. Yes. All right, can you scroll down a little bit? Down
to this part?
Yeah.
Yes.
The first paragraph was the first paragraph, which I'm skipping, mentioned the reason why, one of the reasons why it got dismissed, but there are also two extra ones, which I'll read. Additionally, the formal complaint is dismissed because of the conduct will not even oh my God, I can't say shit. Constitute the sexual harassment as defined by the sexual misconduct policy and procedures, even if proved the alleged conduct does not meet the criteria for sexual harassment as defined by the Board of Regency's policy. Apart from the singular comment in which the respondent allegedly referenced the compliant as a piece of meat. None of the sexualized discussion or comments were directed at or to the complaint. The alleged speech was made in public space in which others were present. At no time was the compliant required to work with the respondent while he was engaging with this speech. Complainant, thank you, said that she was present at the public space for 20 hours a week as an employee and then spent additional time there on a personal basis. As alleged, the complainant thinks she heard the respondent make these comments approximately once per week. The alleged speech does not meet the threshold of sex-based conduct that is so severe and pervasive that is created a hostile work environment for the complainant. The acts and additionally, the absence of direct contact between the parties further diminishes the severity of the alleged misconduct and the alumnus status of the oh my God, I'm sorry, means that discrimination is not ongoing. Those were the additional reasons why. Those were the additional reasons why it got dismissed, not just because she wasn't currently attending. About those comments alleged, I did make those comments, but specifically in the reference for a piece of meat, she was talking about going to the max and she was talking about how she was being looked at by these older men. And I said, oh, they're probably looking at you just like a piece of meat. That's the specific context for that one. And those sexualized discussions, I do admit those did happen. And I thought that in that specific space, I thought I was able to discuss that freely and stuff like that because no one has reproached me about it. And I have taken steps to adjust my behavior because it was brought up to me after Juniper herself told me to stop. And I did stop. And so far, the CLSOC staff has not brung it up to me again about this.
Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh yeah. I have something else. Nothing about the evidence and stuff like that. I just have an extra statement. Speaking for the outcome of this appointment, I want to be clear, this is not me begging to be appointed. This is me adding context to what was previously said, and I truly do not believe in begging for the position that is meant to be granted by the consent of SGA, as I'm not owned this position, only granted.
Now we're on to a period of discussion for the appointment of Queers and Trans Services Agency Director Lawrence Wilson. Senator John?
I don't know if this would be a point of information or like a discussion.
But to make it clear, it was dismissed, the case, okay, that was it.
Are you asking to clarify what the discussion was about, or what the
No,
accusation
that was
was?
my question. Chief of Staff Ostick.
Yeah. I throughout the last really several months have kind of either been in discussions with both Cora and Juniper and just kind of people also involved as advisors and other people as well throughout this. I feel very comfortable and after kind of performing my own just investigation and looking into, I feel just very comfortable with Lawrence continuing. I think that Lawrence has really done a great job in this. Thank you. I'm so sorry. No, it's great.
Okay, thank you. Now y'all can hear me a lot better, especially on the YouTube. I think that Lawrence has done a good job really promoting QTS throughout this year, helping out with a lot of programming. There's Queer Prom coming up tomorrow, I believe, and a lot of other really cool stuff. I think he's honestly great for the role.
I
Is
think
there, yes, Senator Brooklyn?
I think to answer that point of information, I do believe he would, like, from the records he showed us, it was dismissed by the Title IX office. So I do believe the answer to your question is yes.
Is there further discussion for the appointment of Careers and Training Services Agency Director Lawrence Wilson? Senator Benitez?
I mean, just on the general discussion. Is it on? Okay. Just on the general discussion, I honestly feel like either, because he did just say that he, admitted to it, and it's just, if he's done it before, it's just kind of like both a safety thing and the people working within the organization just kind of keeping that in mind. I mean, I'm not saying that he's definitely not qualified. He definitely has shown that he's committed to it, but just kind of from a safety and like people working there, just kind of either finding someone who doesn't kind of have this history of this happening, but
Senator Gomez?
So I feel like he wouldn't, this is my personal opinion, but I feel like he wouldn't have said anything about it if it wasn't brought up. And the fact that Juniper, came to us and basically said what was going on, and he hasn't done anything to basically like resolve that issue, even though he's admitted to making those comments. I think that does say something. So that's kind of just what I think about it.
Senator?
Information.
Yeah.
I think this is just I heard what was said last week, but I think I'm just not remembering. With the accused behavior, it was accused to be a space that was not the QTS office, correct? It was a separate space.
Computer science.
The computer science space, just as like further context with that. I just wanted to make sure I understood whether or not it was in a space for QTS or if it was a separate one, but it sounds like it is a non-QTS space. I just wanted that background information as well.
Senator Valadares?
I also just kind of wanted to bring some attention that I have had some friends also come up to me and voice some like concerning comments that Lawrence has said, like dehumanizing and making them uncomfortable in some situations. So I know he did say that he would like stop like making those comments, but I think it kind of does show kind of the character he does have.
Can you tell us what kind of things?
I kind of know because I don't want to put words into their mouth because it's kind of like a brief like thing that they told me. They didn't like say exactly what what they said to them, so I don't want to get it wrong, Yeah.
Is there further discussion for the appointment of Careers and Training Services Agency Director Lawrence Wilson? Senator Brady?
Kind of piggybacking off of what Senator Gomez said, I do believe that since he didn't bring it up initially, I do deem that as that could possibly be an issue down the line. Although he does have many qualifications, I do believe that he's very qualified for the position. I do believe that through character, that is where your qualification does really do lie in this position. So I would like to see action performed before saying words because actions do speak louder in this position, in this term. So I would like to see that in order to give his qualifications more deemable.
Director BEIA, Wynn.
So I want to thank Senator Birkeland for bringing that up because since I will be working with the agency directors, I do want to know what is going on with them. One of my main concerns is that the agencies that I will be collaborating with, specifically GEC, they do work with emotionally charged areas, and that is my main concern if a director of QTS has been accused of making those type of comments. And so, like the other senators have said, he does have the qualifications for it, but having been when he admitted that he had made those comments, that's really my main concern. And I want to make sure all the agency directors are representing the student body and that the student body does feel comfortable with the directors of the agencies that they, of each diverse group of students that they're representing. So that's my main concern.
Senator Brady.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Just a point of information, these allegations did happen in a non-QTS space, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so keeping that in mind, we have to be knowledgeable of what happens if these do happen in a QTS space, and since he is if he is up for, agency director in that space, and we just have to be very mindful that since these allegations were outside of QTS space, what we need to be knowledgeable of what could happen in a QTS space.
Senator Lopez.
For me, it's kind of like, I'm just getting a bunch of things. It's an,
Oh, is it green?
I'm speaking closer to it. Is it, sorry, I don't know how to use this thing. Thank you, sorry.
Hey, I think we're good now. Okay. Yeah, so as I was saying, I'm kind of just getting a bunch of mixed messages about his whole like character. He did admit that he made like certain comments, and for me, like whenever Title IX is involved, I think time should be taken, especially if he's going to be put in like such a, you know, like a position such as that, the QTS. So I don't think it's very like, I don't know. I just think personally, I would rather take more time to think about it, go over as much information as I can. I know some people have like kind of advocated for him a little bit. Some people are kind of like put a bit more concerns, and I think everybody should like keep that in mind rather than trying to make like a pretty quick decision.
Senator Brooklyn.
Kind of going off of Senator Lopez's comment. Is there any way we can table, or this is a point of information, is there any way we can table an appointment or otherwise delay it without necessarily voting?
Point of information, responded, thank you, I was going to bring up, yes, the Senate could vote with a, I believe with a majority, with a simple majority, the Senate could vote to postpone this appointment until the next business meeting.
Senator Hirschbaum Harding.
I motion to table this discussion until the next Senate meeting. It's clear that we don't quite have enough information to make a decision, and it is, I would rather have more time, especially if this is something that we are wanting to look into, and that kind of sounds like it's what we're hearing. It is very difficult to take someone out of this position if they're appointed, and it is very difficult to bring someone back as an appointee for this if we vote no. So if we're not 100% sure and we don't have enough information to make an educated decision, I think it would be best for us to wait so that it is not potentially removing someone based on something that we haven't verified whether or not we're 100% sure about it, but that we're also not putting someone in a position of power if we're doubting whether or not that would be appropriate.
Request for information, is it for discussions you only can speak 2 times, or is it unlimited?
Correct, for discussion,
Correct. As far as discussions go, each person is limited to 2 speaking turns on
Okay.
any one given question. So, for example, the question of this appointment, you just motioned, correct?
Correct.
To do that, and there, but then if someone were to second it, and then we were to begin discussing whether or not,
It would be its own discussion. I second it.
okay,
It has
and
been moved.
tabling is not
seconded
debated, so it
that
actually will go right to a vote.
Senator Ringel has been to postpone the appointment of Careers and Trans Services. Oh. Regent Adidam.
Okay. Yeah, I guess point of personal privilege. I just want to let you know that if this does not pass, we need to figure out a way for QTS to have an agency director and have the agency operate, which I think could be
a very dangerous situation, especially if there is no other QTS member who is willing to be appointed in the director position.
Chief of Staff Ostick.
I yield, okay.
The one thing through this, because I guess I will speak a little bit longer to some of the, I guess, either just investigation. So since it was back in March, Juniper had reached out to me about talking about this, and I connected her with resources both through Title IX and also with other things. Shortly after that, Lawrence had reached out to me and shared that email that you'd received from Juniper, where it was like, I'm going to be honest, I thought it was threatening language that was used in the email. And it's important to note that Title IX did, whether or not Title IX does have questionable things, they did ultimately dismiss the case and say it didn't rise to that. So like in some level of knowing that there has been an investigation that's been conducted, whether or not we trust Title IX as an investigative body is another question. But Title IX's investigation did find that not only that it didn't rise necessarily to that, I think it's also important to note that other people in the SLC hadn't necessarily came out and said that, hey, this was a problem like this behavior, because ultimately when it was the sex comments talking about Juniper and also Lawrence, a lot of it was just discussing sex life in a way where, like, if you are within a sex positive sort of community, it's like that's an acceptable topic, you know, for being college students and that sort of thing. Maybe not the best sort of thing, like, you know, to always bring up in this cases, but if there was the modified behavior, I don't want to necessarily think that we should hold something against someone that when there has been an investigation, ultimately it was found that they were not like that the allegations didn't hold. But
Request for information. Are we still on
Yeah.
discussion for the motion of postponing?
Yeah,
Okay. Senator Brooklyn.
Point of information, can QTS still operate without a director?
Regent Aridam.
Yeah, so I can appoint an interim director according to the bylaws. So that's another option. If we want to table this, I can write an EM to appoint an interim director for QTS until one is appointed.
Senator Hirschbaum Harding.
Thank you. I just, first of all, thank you to Chief of Staff Ostick for that background information. To be honest, I've never had any negative encounters in my time working with Director Wilson, but I don't know everything that's happened. And honestly, what I'm more concerned about now is not just what we've heard last week during open forum, though I think that that is something that we need to spend time considering and looking at. We've already heard something from Chief of Staff Ostick talking about that and talking about, you know, the language that was used in that. What I'm slightly more concerned about now, and which I don't think that we've had proper time to process through, is now that we're hearing that other people have expressed concerns to some of us. That's what I'm a little bit more concerned about, because, you know, we have had time to hear from Juniper and to process through the information that she gave to us, and we've heard through your process in working through that, and we've seen what Title IX said about that. And that I feel a little bit more confident considering the impact of that and what that entails for Director Wilson. I am slightly more concerned, though, that we are now hearing that other people have had negative experiences, and we haven't gotten to hear anything about what those are or where they occurred. That's not to say that I think I know what has happened. That's not to say that I think that that's something that I'm willing to make a judgment call on now, but that's why I'm suggesting that we maybe table this, is if we know people who have made these complaints, if we can get some kind of anonymous message from them that details more specifically what has happened, I would feel more comfortable voting either way with that information, just because I have not had these negative experiences. I so far have appreciated the work that Lawrence has done, but I also have not had any of those experiences, and I don't know the people that are making these accusations. So I would feel significantly more comfortable making a confident vote once we have gotten to hear exactly what these students have to say in some kind of anonymous manner, just so that we can make sure that we're not overlooking the concerns of people who have reached out to us, especially with something as important and as powerful as the director of one of our agencies.
Director of Integrity Conley.
Then also, was there a second on the?
It was Rosie.
Rosie was seconded, so we should be mindful also just with this discussion that we've kind of gone off the rails a little bit. It wasn't debatable, so we do need to hold a vote on whether or not.
Oh.
Can I ask one more thing?
Go ahead. We've already gone off the rails, so like.
Regent Adidam, do you know who you would appoint temporarily or no?
Right now, I would definitely speak with Lawrence and see what the QTS board situation looks like. And if everyone is okay with this, please voice your concern now. I would appoint him as interim director until we conduct our investigation. Or I can hold interviews to determine a new interim QTS director.
Is there any further discussion for the motion to postpone?
We're gonna. We should move to the vote.
Yeah, okay.
So you would
The
appoint.
question is the adoption of the motion to postpone appointment of Careers and Training Services Agency Director Lawrence Wilson. All those in favor, please raise your placards.
This is the table.
Table.
It's the table.
I couldn't hear you.
No, sorry, that came on.
So this is in favor of table.
Wait, okay. Gotcha.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstained, please raise your placards. And then, the motion has been carried to postpone the appointment of Careers and Training Services Agency Director Lawrence Wilson.
Postpone, correct, and then seconded by Senator Ringgold. Okay, perfect. Just get it from minutes.
Okay. Our next item of the agenda is the appointment of Student Court Justice Lily Bernard. Is there a microphone in the audience?
Esteemed members of the Senate, faculty, and fellow students, I stand before you today with profound gratitude and enthusiasm as I discuss my appointment of Student Court Justice. Allow me to first express my heartfelt appreciation for the trust you have placed in me. And thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself to you all. My name is Lily Bernal. I am a first-year student majoring in business administration with a concentration in human resource management. Some of my favorite things to do are watching movies with my dad, hiking with my mom and dogs, singing karaoke with my little sister, and playing soccer with my little brother. My family is everything to me, so deciding to move away from them in Colorado and go to UNO was one of the most difficult, but ultimately one of the best decisions I have ever made. Although freshman year had its challenges, UNO provided me with support and a place of belonging, two things I found within student government as well. Over the past year, I have been involved with student government by participating in the First Year Leadership Council and the Student Court as their student clerk. Through these experiences, I learned the inner workings of our student government, the importance of our policies and bylaws, and the power of strong leadership. Throughout my life, I have been fortunate to encounter numerous opportunities to serve as a leader. Leadership has been an intrinsic part of my identity, from being captain of a soccer team to guiding my peers in the classroom, and even in the everyday dynamics of being the eldest sister in a military family. However, it is crucial to understand that leadership to me is not merely about directing others, but also about genuinely caring for their well-being. I firmly believe that compassion and kindness are among some of the most powerful tools a leader can wield. While policies are essential for ensuring fairness and safety, we must never lose sight of the fact that at its core, leadership involves working with and for the people. Leadership is crucial to the role of student court justice because we have a responsibility to set precedents and guide future student governments that come after us. I'm not only committed to serving as a justice, but also providing further support to the Senate via clear communication and transparency of the court's decisions and actions. I hope to further bridge the connection between the Senate and the court because I believe that there is strength in unity. I admire all of you and the work that you do and the dreams that you have for UNO. The basis of my dedication to the student court is my dedication to you and your goals.
As a student court justice, I promise to uphold my duties to support yours, whether that be in the form of conflict resolution, policy interpretation, or collaboration with the Senate. In my role as student court justice, I bring to the table a unique perspective that not only focuses on the letter of the law, but also the human impact of our decisions. I am deeply committed to ensuring that our decisions uphold the values of accountability, fairness, and respect, while also recognizing and valuing the diverse voices within our student body. I pledge to hold our student government accountable for the stability and function of our institution, while also ensuring that every member of our community feels heard, respected, and properly represented. My goal is not just to enforce policies, but to foster a culture of inclusivity and understanding where every student feels valued and empowered. I am driven by a genuine desire to serve our community, and I believe that my ability to communicate effectively, coupled with my dedication to understanding our policies and goals, uniquely positions me to contribute to making UNO a better school and community. In conclusion, I am honored to accept this responsibility, and I'm wholeheartedly committed to working alongside each of you to create a campus environment that is characterized by integrity, empathy, and opportunity for all. Thank you for your trust and support. I look forward to working together in the coming year for the betterment of UNO and the welfare of every student. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
I'm just curious to know how this lines up with your career. I mean, you said that you're in business and human resources, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, so my ultimate goal in human resource management is to one day, be in charge of diversity and inclusion. And in that role, there are a lot of policies that I would have to interpret and withhold within that community and that company. And that's very close to what I would be doing with the student court. And I would also be dealing with a lot of conflict resolution and dealing with people and the interpersonal relations that they have with other employees and leaders. So this would allow me kind of experience in that area as well. Yes.
What is your kind of philosophy for judging while making a judgment or ruling on issues affecting SGA?
Right. So when I'm kind of looking at a policy, I'm looking specifically at the language that is written, yes, because I believe that is very direct and purposeful, but I'm also looking at the context of what it means today rather than what it meant when it was written back then, because I think things change every day. And it is our responsibility to change with it. So that's kind of how I look at things when it comes to my philosophy of law.
Is there further questioning?
Thank you, guys.
Is there any discussions for the appointment of Student Court Justice Lily Bernal? Senator Benitez?
Hey, yeah. I've seen Lily kind of grow throughout FYLC, and I feel like, oh, okay. That was Lily coming back in. So I feel like she's grown a lot. I feel like she'd be really fit for this position. I feel like she'd kind of be able to bring in an unbiased view and kind of not bring down, I guess, proceedings with any bias. And I feel like she'd be a really good fit for it. And I kind of see her grow throughout FYLC. Yep.
Senator Don?
So I've gotten to interact with Lily a lot throughout this school year. And okay, I don't know if she remembers this, but our summer going into senior year, we actually originally met here at UNO because we both did summer scholars. And even back then, only doing that class with her for that short period of time, I really got to see how dedicated of a person she is, but also how intelligent she is. And then this year, reconnecting with her and seeing her throughout the school year, but especially these past few months, get more into student court and knowing the rules in student court and those different procedures. She has really spent a lot of time and effort growing in that aspect and becoming a good leader for student court and different things like that. So I know she would do a lot for this position and like grow even more within this position.
Chief of Staff Ostick.
Yeah, Lily, I'll just yell. Lily really impressed me in her interview, particularly the way, yeah, that actually sounds nice. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Wait, now it's on. Yeah, she really impressed me with her interview, especially the way that she really talked about like the ways that the court can grow and like it was particularly she talked about student court exists to provide a recourse and a sense of safety to people in student government. And like that vision of what the court can be, it was just such a good understanding, in my opinion, of like what the role of it is. Like it's like, yeah, on the one hand, it is like interpreting the documents and going by that. But on the other hand, it also is actually about the people and making it feel like that we have a recourse and a system in place to be able to deal with disagreement, conflict, ethical violations, like all of the above. And the way that she really centered the person within that, I thought was really impressive.
Senator Brady.
I personally do not know Lily, but I can tell that, excuse me, with being in HR management, I'm also in, have a concentration in HR management. You cannot buckle under pressure. That is something very critical for having a concentration like that and wanting to go into a role in that position. And I feel like putting her as student court justice would allow her to kind of thrive and gain more insight in that opportunity. And she seems very well-minded and very up for the opportunity for in this role. And I do believe that she would be qualified for this position.
Is there further discussion for the appointment of student court justice Lily Bernard? If there's no further discussion, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards.
Get it together.
All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstained, please raise your placards. Okay. Lily Bernard has been appointed for student court justice. Our next item of business is the appointment of Traffic Appeals Commissioner Cole Johnson. Oh, Senator Brooklyn is.
Can I give, or for 10 minutes, can I give an explanation or?
Yeah, you can give an explanation. That's the best part.
So here's the deal, guys. We've been here for 2.5 hours, which is just 10 minutes, and we also have something to look over for the resolutions that we just get a chance to look at. I think
Seconded by Senator Ringgold. Now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards.
Okay.
Oh, so now.
You don't need to count if you don't want to.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, 17.
Well, as it for those.
Well, all those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstained, please raise your placards. Okay. We move to Groove for 10 minutes.
I do a practicing voice.
Oh, all those opposed, please say aye.
All those in favor.
All opposed,
All
no.
those opposed, say nay.
Nay. All those abstain, say abstain.
No, there's no abstain to that. You just need to do voice votes when you think you know that.
Wait, what? Yeah. Can you change it?
You know, right now, honestly, I've been talking, we already talked about that. Like, right now, my position. I feel like you don't speak from that. I'm pretty sure everybody can ask. Basically, I wanted to like organize so that it can be shared to all the students. student boards, that can be shared and if like they get divided, like, fully. One day, something like that. And I would like to with that. And the sort of, yeah, apparently. So, and I do that. What I need to like talk to money about.
Yeah.
And basically, we already talked about that.
So that news for.
Yeah, and it will be SCA, yeah. In the end of the day, money needs to eventually be shared with every single, the student that needs to like office. So in the end of the day, like what I do for SCA helps that, and TLC, my message helps the person with this, that's why I was very happy to take it. Because it's like, it was more like, when I'm doing my dash already, but I don't, so basically,
But I would like to do.
Also,
that's why when Anna approached me, I was like, no way, it was like something fell, like I was like thinking already, a program role that if you don't buy.
So you have to file that with. I think just revealing, I mean, you'll do that like outside. I don't know if you. Oh, congrats. You're in guys. Yeah, just you can. Do the most recent. Do the one that.
Outside your window.
Yes. Yeah, that's bad.
Not like it definitely fits you.
Okay, but
That's just my question, so I don't have.
Don't be that way, don't be that way, Ben.
Yeah, I was just like, going through Anna on this because technically she's just a staff member, so it's not like I can be. Oh, yeah, no, I will know like, basically what. Oh, you have to start.
That's the thing, is like usually it's.
Oh, yeah, no. Like, since it's something that we're kind of like approaching now in the SU and all, the wellness project, it's like, I would like to help the approach and also as an advisory board, that council is like, yeah, well, right now, I can actually give it. It's much easier than just being outside and be like, it seems like it's working. But yeah, I guess we're like, I'm nervous and excited at the same time, because I'm nervous yeah, because I'm nervous about getting things done, because but at the same time I'm excited because I think looking forward to the first leadership, like something shine. I'm perfect to each other, something like that, and I think I need to work. Actually, yeah, I was basically like playing this game with experimental students and also like listening in. But it's not exciting, you guys.
Actually,
Oh.
oh.
Yeah, the person is.
You guys need-
And I got, and
Yes,
I
so,
love her motivation.
put the low part inside the tank, so they don't separate, and then you like put that one next. So, I would go, yeah, I was gonna say, either me or a new director, I think, the one that just got appointed today. Probably also tell him, or if you see Kevin, you can also tell him. Literally any of them, but truthfully, I think you're okay. But good luck around. I'm Mila, it's nice to meet you. I'm Emily. It's nice to meet you. If you're a good person. There's Kevin. Oh, no. Even usually got that vibe. It's usually. You guys are nice. And it'll continue. But that's okay. Career services officer. You know, it's getting to the right. I really think this year. It's really helpful, actually. I was like, nothing else. Once you understand that and resolution writing, especially this stuff. It's gonna be a long ride. It's not. I'm allowed to talk. When I'm raising things. This will be my because I was doing some freshman leadership council and then a senator my sophomore year, last. So I didn't think. No, random thing. I promise I did something. Dual moment. I'm supposed to be putting pressure. Honestly, speaking from experience, it's a little better that way. My son was like quite a lot of years. Government is it was a little crazy. But that's probably for the better. We're here, but I'll say the late nights. And I'm like, take a little bit. Look at them. We're great. I know. I can tell. I saw my Zen doctor. No, I was supposed to be see, he has a good vibe. So it's not. I was talking about my reading. Oh wow! He said, "I'm committing election fraud right off the bat." Voter fraud. We're like, this is me off. Yeah. I feel like I'm someone who will get involved.
Hey, guys, if everyone will start taking your seats, please.
I realized we had that.
Senators, please start taking your seats. Please and thank you. Senators, the House is under call. Please head back to your seats.
Directing that integrity. Always a weird temper, because I was scared of cold, and then I put on my cardigan, and now I feel like I'm doing like a stand. It's really little.
It's like the scandalous.
Yeah, that's
Showing your shoulders.
Bang it. Bang it.
Hello, hello. Okay. Recess has ended and student government, student senate business meeting has reconvened.
In the aisle.
Okay.
And it multiple times, Devin.
Okay. Our next item of the business is the appointment of Traffic Appeals Commissioner Cole Johnson. Since Cole Johnson is unable to attend in person, I did receive a video from Cole Johnson. I'll pull that up. Since Cole Johnson is unable to attend in person, now we're on to a period of discussion. Is there any, Director of Integrity Conley?
Hi, guys. Okay, for the interest of time, because it's basically the wee hours of the morning, I'm gonna just, hopefully I'm not doing anything wrong, but I'm gonna talk about Cole and Zach so that I don't have to do this again. Is that okay? Okay, Cole and Zach, Nate and I have had the privilege of having them in class this semester. I won't speak for Nate, but they're both incredibly energetic. They're both super excited to be a part of this. And obviously we desperately need people on the Traffic Appeals Commission. So I would encourage you to vote yes. They'll both continue to be great fits on the commission.
A request for information, is this a block vote for both Cole and Zach for Traffic Appeals Commission?
As a point of information, if somebody wanted to motion for a block vote, which would mean that instead of voting for each one individually, we could vote for them both at the same time, you would be able to, if you'd like to do that, but the Senate would need to vote on that. And that's 2 votes anyways to do that, so like, I don't think we need to. Yeah, you can motion block vote.
Can I motion?
We gotta vote on block voting, so it's 2 votes anyway.
Well, let's not argue about it. So we have a motion, I'm not sure anymore, sorry.
0%.
Point of clarification, would you guys like to see Zach's opponent speak?
No.
Before we make,
Let's just.
before we make a judgment. Senator John?
If Zach is here, I don't want to like say that
Zach,
he shouldn't be able to
else is
talk. Oh, okay. Would it be bad to ask how long the video is?
Oh, watch the information.
It's 28 seconds. Let's watch his video and vote. Yeah.
Now we're on a period of discussion for both Cole and Zach to be appointed for Traffic Appeals Commission. Commissioner.
Something that we can do here is the chair can say, we're going to vote by block, and if no one opposes, then we can just do it.
Kevin, say it.
Yeah.
Let's vote by block. So does it need to be seconded?
No.
No, oh, okay, I can just say it. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay. Now, okay. All those in favor to appoint Traffic Appeals Commissioners Cole and Zach, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstain, please raise your placards. Cole and Zach have been appointed for Traffic Appeals Commissioners. And now our next item of new business is SR 24-25-001, Messages of Love. Is there a proponent speech?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Let me pull your resolution. Do you need, is there a microphone?
I have one.
So first of all, I'd like to say, hey guys, I'm happy to see every single one of you. And I can't wait to work with every single one of you this year. So here I'll be proposing SR 24-25-001, Messages of Love. First, I would like to thank everyone who has supported the process in creating this resolution, and specifically to Senator Rye and Senator Hirschbaum Harding. So yeah, just a little bit of information about this resolution. So as we all know, we have Durango Days in the first week of school to welcome returning students and new students. Come to to create an environment where all students feel included and welcomed. And there is a need to make an emphasis on mental health and well-being because students usually feel isolated during the first week of college, whether it be a transfer student, a returning student, or a new student. And I think we need to make an emphasis of making students feel welcomed within their peers. So we've decided to address this in a way where SGA would host Messages of Love, which was inspired by the Letters of Love Global Initiative, which focuses on spreading positivity and kindness. And to be more specific of what this event will take hold of is that the UNO student body will partake in this event by using Post-it notes and pens, which in a little bit, I'll explain the cost in Appendix A from Amazon.com with and without Prime. So these would be provided by SGA in writing positive and encouraging messages to their peers and sticking these notes on a bulletin board, which has been confirmed to be provided by Milo Bale Reservation Office. And therefore, where will it be located? So it'll be located in front of Milo Bale on August 26, 2024, from 12 to 1 p.m. on Dodge campus. And then how will we receive support? How will we advertise this specifically? So our hope is to reach out to the director of marketing to advertise this on UNL Presence, SGA Instagram account, and any other social medias that would be relevant or helpful. And then, so the budget would be $40 from the SGA's programming budget line to purchase any necessary items of post-it notes and pens. And then, of course, any unused funds will return to the SGA programming budget line. So I'll show you guys Appendix A of where it will show the cost from Amazon. So this specifically would be without Prime. So the post-it notes itself is 2,000 sheets and they're colorful. And there's 100 per pad and it would cost $15.99 as of like a week ago when we checked. And then the pens would cost $5.99 as per last week as well. And the cost with taxes and shipping and all that without Prime would be $31. And then with Prime, the post-it notes and the pens are obviously the same price. But then the price would go down to $23, seeing as there would be no shipping and handling. And yeah. So if anyone has any questions or any concerns. Staff.
August 26th, is that the day for day of class?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
I'm Ambassador Euling for the record. But I took some from the WGC office. I have some post-it notes and markers if you want to start off with these.
Yes, that'd be wonderful. Thank
Okay,
you.
that's good.
Any other questions or concerns? Sounds good. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me. And yeah, to start off with a great year.
Here, I've got you.
Thank you.
Is there a period of this? Now we're on to a period of discussion on SR 24-25-001, Messages of Love. Senator Hirschbaum Hardy.
I just wanted to start by saying how much I love this idea and how heartwarming it was to be starting with a resolution that is really looking to just connect us to the student body. I did want to also point out, just kind of like we heard from Ambassador Euling, is that how I say it? Okay. There is a chance that this could also be done for free. It's just more so the safety net of if we find stuff that we don't have, we have the $40. It is said that anything that doesn't get used just goes right back. In fact, we're asking for so little that technically it didn't have to be a resolution, but we wanted everyone to know that this was happening. I was last year the chair for outreach committee, which we'll talk about more once we get to committee work. But the big goal of that is just to be more connected to the student body and think of ways to support them. And I feel like Durango Days is often one of those ones that we kind of overlook because we're still getting back on our feet. So I really liked the idea of having something already set, something that's pretty simple but meaningful as a way to connect to the student body right at the start of the semester. That's just a really good way for us to be visible and for us to be connected to the student body. That being said, I actually will be making a motion to change. We have at some point that we are contacting the director of marketing, but I would like to edit that to say director of marketing or coordinator of social media, because we won't actually have a director of marketing at the time that we need to contact someone about advertising for this. So just on a technicality, I am motioning to add after director of marketing or coordinator of social media, or is it social media coordinator? Does the order matter? Sorry, never mind. Social media coordinator, just so that on a technicality, we're not actually like stuck.
Now, now we're on to a period of discussion.
Before anyone seconds that motion necessarily, could we have it say just the executive committee, so then it encapsulates and also requires us as the executive committee to help promote this event in a way that's not just limited to a singular member. It might prove to be more encapsulated.
Does the coordinator count as an executive member?
Yes. No. It's unclear, like as it sits in the bylaws. So if we wanted to just be maximum, like you want to compel the executive team to make sure that we have.
Just make it or member of the executive team in tandem with the social media coordinator?
Sure.
Okay, so
Just
I'm
expand-
actually
add that.
motioning to have it say, or member of the executive team in tandem with the social media coordinator.
Can you say that again?
Member of the executive team? Thanks.
And
In tandem with the social media coordinator,
dumb.
EM.
M.
And then they're two separate words. It's in and tandem. It means like side by side or like, anyway,
And
we'll talk about that
the
later,
social
Gio.
media coordinator.
With the social media coordinator. We'll just talk about it later, Gio. Okay, now that's the wording I'm looking for.
Okay. Seconded by Senator Piper. Now we're on to a period of discussion to add a member of the executive team in tandem with the social media coordinator. Is there any further discussion? No, since there is no further discussion, now we're on to a period of motion to add member of the executive team in tandem with the social media coordinator. All those in favor, please raise your placards. Oh, wait. Six. Actually, it's 14.
No.
All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstain, please raise your placards. All right. So the motion has been adopted to add member of the executive team in tandem with the social media coordinator. Is there any further discussion on SR 2425-001, messages of love? Senator Rye?
I just realized we're missing a B.
I just want to say that this event will be a great opportunity also, not only for the students to feel like they're part of a bigger community than what they're probably hoping for. But it's also a great way for the exec team, the student senators, and any member of the SGA to meet the student body and for the student body to know that the SGA is with them, that they're supporting them, then they're not working against them, but they're working for them and with them. And they, from this event, I think they will also know that we are just students as well and that we connect with them. So I think this would be a great way for SGA to get more involved than we are with the student body.
Senator Brady?
We did something similar to this during midterms over here at the College of Business. It was with equity and inclusion, I believe. They did positive messages to students so everyone can see it and everyone can feel kind of empowered and kind of feel noticed by everyone in the College of Business. And I feel like spreading this to a campus-wide event, especially at the starting of semester for all freshmen, will be very inspiring and make them not feel like they're alone and make them feel very noticed by everyone else in the college.
Is there any further discussion on SR 2425-001, messages of love? If there's no further discussion, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstained, please raise your placards. The resolution, oh, yeah. Senator Alarcon Palacios.
No, she's just
Oh, you're abstaining. Oh, okay. So there's Okay. So resolution SR 24-25-001, Messages of Love has been adopted. Next item. Okay. Our next item of the agenda will be SR 24-25-002, expansion on protecting student demonstration, Free Palestine. Is there a proponent speech?
Yes, 1 second.
Yeah, right.
Everybody take a nice break.
Can someone move to group for?
Will someone like to motion to recess? Senator Piper,
I motion to move to group for 7 minutes.
for 7 minutes. Is there a seconded?
No.
Senator Brooklyn, recess has been, oh, yes, thank you. Okay.
You do it voice vote here.
Yes.
Try
All-
voice vote.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. All, oh, you can do the same. No. Okay, recess has been conducted for 7 minutes.
Okay, guys, it's 10:11, so please be back here and in your seats at 10:18. Thank you. Because I want to get some sleep tonight.
We didn't have.
Bet you guys all this clip.
Yeah, literally watching not the hot Cheetos, what it already hurt, you know? It's not my best fair. It's like a coffee. Are you going to the bathroom? I'll watch you on Zoom. Please. 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 She's moving. Please, she's moving, she's moving.
I'm proving.
Sarah, I'll give it. Yeah. Sarah, give it to me. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. So like we needed to.
That's good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
What was this?
A couple days ago.
Was it like a friendly one or was it like a warm? Maybe, I don't know if you picked up on it.
Do you guys
This is a
know?
lot, yeah, it's like.
She's the front, sorry.
Normally they'll have like.
It was a, sorry.
And both of them get up. So you.
No, yeah.
Or you can be like.
That is a lot.
What do you think we're gonna leave? We're gonna leave at midnight. Because. Oh. Power to say.
And I'm very happy because
Oh.
I don't stress myself out. You guys could like.
No, it's fine. No, I enjoyed it. It's fine. I wish it wasn't fine. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I mean.
This cannot be recycled.
I also have never seen one, right? And that's not how I thought.
You have to be. Oh, she likes running. I said you like
And you say my handwriting is. And like, I think. And so, yeah.
My brother was handwriting so bad, like, he had to do like the writing version of the ICP. Let's read it, yeah. Yeah, his is bad, and luckily he now works in software engineer, so like, he doesn't write shit. Honestly, it's illegible. It is.
All right, guys, 1 minute.
He's like.
Just one more time, 1 minute.
It's box letters, but not fully true. Well, I can kind of read it, but like. I can read it, because I can read kindergarten, I can write it, so. Yeah, and so I said, huh, Lori, what did that say? Like analyzing their like. Yeah. I do too.
Yeah, just a minute.
What?
All right, it is 10:18. The House is under call. All senators to their seats, please. The House is under call. I love doing that.
Thank you so much.
I'm just.
Okay,
Recess has ended and we have reconvened. Our next item of the agenda is SR 2425-002, expansion on protecting student demonstration, Free Palestine. Is there a proponent speech?
Point of order. Okay, guys, so here's the deal. I'm going to explain this in layman's terms so that we all understand it. These two resolutions do not have the certificate of review. They had to be updated. And so there are new ones that we need to adopt. But in order to do that, we need to suspend the rules. So I would strongly suggest that a senator motion to suspend the rules.
Point of order. I did receive the certification review from Senator Ryan.
Yeah, so I motion to suspend the rules to include the two resolutions that are updated with the proper certificate onto the agenda instead of the old versions of them.
Seconded by Senator Piper. And then it's period voting. Yeah, okay. All those in favor.
With this, because this would be updating.
Suspending the rules.
This is suspending the rules to, I didn't hear that part of it.
So this vote is to suspend the rules.
Yeah.
So you're going to vote aye for suspending the rules or nay for suspending the rules or sustain.
Request
Okay.
for information, 2 of them. Are we suspending all of the rules?
Are we suspending all of the rules or just the specific part of the bylaws that states that the reviewer needs to be on there before it's submitted is the first question. And second of all, do we get to discuss this first or do we just go straight into voting?
Senator Brooklyn,
On your first point of information, it is just about the reviewer part. It is not about all the rules.
Okay.
Please, guys, no.
We'll specify that we are only suspending the rule about reviewers needing to be on there before it's submitted.
And and it being on the agenda. before
Yeah,
the
so
agenda.
it would be the bylaw, there's a specific portion, but we don't need to get into that yet. What is that? We'll have this specific portion. Do you want the specific part of the bylaws that says that just for record keeping?
No.
Okay.
are we on the suspension?
You can move to it.
Yeah, okay.
If you want to say, just restate
Yeah,
the motion.
okay. The question is on adoption of the motion to suspend the rules to add to add the 2 resolutions on the agenda,
The updated, is it the updated version?
to update to include the updated version on before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is there a period of discussion?
We kind of went through
Are we done?
that broadly.
Alright. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Crazy.
All those opposed, please say nay. The rules has been suspended.
Point of order. Okay, so now we need to, I would strongly recommend that somebody motion to put the new ones on the agenda.
I motion to put the new,
Oh yeah, Senator Brooklyn.
Thank you.
I motion to put the 2 resolutions, SR 2425, it would be 01 or 02 and 03, I believe now. The new resolutions, the updated ones on the agenda. In replacement of the old ones.
Point of request for information, does it have different titles? I'm like really confused. So
So the motion would remain the same, but it would change the one that we're discussing.
yeah, okay, alright. So is there
Yeah,
any
Kevin, you can
further?
seek unanimous consent on this to see if there's no opposition, and if there's not, you can just do it. If you would like.
Is there unanimous consent to suspend the rules?
It's not to suspend the
No.
rules, to use the updated resolution.
To use the updated resolution on the floor.
Point of information, just because it's the first time we've done this one. When you do unanimous consent, you don't say anything unless you disagree with it. So if you didn't want us to put the resolutions on here, you would say something. If you do want it, you just stay silent.
The motion has been carried to have the 2 resolutions on the floor, the updated resolutions on the floor.
Okay, so one last thing and then I'll stop talking for a couple minutes. We now need to, now that the updated ones are being put on there, we need to recommit to the rules. So if I can have somebody motion to recommit the rules.
Senator Hirschhorn Harding,
I motion to recommit all rules.
is there a seconded? Senator Rye. Now there is a period of discussion to, what is it?
To reinstate the rules.
To reinstate the rules. Now we're on a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards.
16. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstained, please raise your placards. Now, the motion has been carried to reinstate the rules on both resolutions. Now, is there any further discussion?
Still hear proponent speeches.
No, okay. Is there proponent speech for SR 24-25-002, expansion on protecting student demonstration in Free Palestine?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Is it, do you want me to use the PowerPoint?
Is there one up there?
Is there PowerPoint? Oh,
I just have a.
no, this is just mine. Oh, it's not.
Since this resolution was first written, another 221 Palestinians have been killed and another 496 injured. Israel is launching an all-out annihilation campaign in Rafah, the southernmost city in the Gaza Strip. There is nowhere else for these Palestinians to go, as Israel currently controls every border crossing in Gaza. In the next few days alone, countless more will die or face permanent and brutal injuries as a result. Meanwhile, our tax dollars have continually funded billions of dollars in military aid to the Israeli occupation forces, sparking widespread public horror and outrage. In recent weeks, thousands of students at universities across the US have set up solidarity encampments and other demonstrations to show support and call for the liberation of the Palestinian people, as well as the disclosure and divestment of universities' financial involvement with Israel. These protests have largely been peaceful in nature, but they have nevertheless been met with violent police pushback. Many of these students have been illegally arrested, shot with rubber bullets, or tear gassed. Ask yourself why peaceful protesters have faced such disproportionate violence at the hands of police. Ask yourself what this is really about. Annalise Orlek, former chair of Dartmouth College's Jewish Studies Department, wrote after being assaulted by police that, quote, "Those cops were brutal to me. I promise I did absolutely nothing wrong. I was standing with a line of women faculty in their 60s to 80s trying to protect our students. I have now been banned from the campus where I have taught for 34 years, end quote. She further demands that the state stop weaponizing anti-Semitism to target protesters. Orlek is only one of an increasing number of Jewish protesters that have been attacked by police and one of over 2,000 total arrested at these protests. It is becoming increasingly clear that this was never about stopping anti-Semitism. It is indicative of a wider trend towards fascism in the US and violent repression of free speech, the early stages of which we are now seeing on our own campus. As a resident of UNO's Dodge Housing, I can confirm firsthand that policies regarding items being hung on balconies have generally been completely neglected by housing staff, and it's not hard to guess why they only decide to enforce these policies when it comes to a show of support for Palestine. It is our responsibility to serve and advocate for students, and that includes ensuring that their rights are protected when UNO staff refuses to do so. Regardless of how any individual person feels about the genocide in Palestine, this uneven enforcement of policy sets a dangerous precedent to further target students, and I thus strongly urge the passing of this resolution. It is more crucial now than ever that the SGA and the UNO student body are loud and proud in our solidarity with Palestine. Public support for Israel is wavering, and they are facing increasing difficulty in justifying their genocide to the masses. Furthermore, the overwhelming wave of protests has provided a source of hope to Palestinians. As journalist Bisan Auda stated in an Instagram post on April 26th, that, quote, "I have never felt hope like now. I have even started to dream that my friends are returning to their cities after being displaced for 75 years. For the first time in our lives as Palestinians, we hear a voice louder than their voices and the sound of their bombs, and even stronger than their control in all aspects of our lives," end quote. The Palestinian struggle is our struggle, and no one is free until we all are. I sincerely hope that everyone in this room will live to see a completely free Palestine and the death of the Israeli and American war machine that has subjugated them for decades. Senator Hirschbaum Harding.
Hi, thank you for being here. Thank you for putting this together. The wording on it is, I think, very powerful. It is clear that a lot of research has gone into this. Since we have updated versions of the resolution that aren't what was emailed to us, is there a way for them to now be emailed to us just so we can see the updated wording? Just so that we know exactly what we're voting on, just for clarity purposes?
Yeah, absolutely. Just, someone want to send that out to everyone?
Thank you.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, Senator Calderon Palacios.
Just generally, I have a request for information. When there are
New edits of resolutions, do we get like a time to look over those edits, or does it depend of how many edits that are done to that resolution? Just like generally.
Can I have a mic?
Just to answer that, typically if edits are made to a resolution, they're made through motions, so we know what the edits are because they're happening in real time. In a case like this, the only way that we would get time to look that over before having discussion or asking questions is if we, once again, move to Groove for a certain amount of time just to have an opportunity to look at that. So if once those are sent out, you would like time to look that over just so that we're making informed questions or having informed discussion, you can motion to move to Groove. Maybe give us like 5 minutes to look at it. Or we could specifically, because Keely has been a part of writing this, request for the changes to be summarized as a question. So that could be a question you ask. It's just, can you summarize the changes made just so that we understand what changed and we're not rereading the whole thing in the time that we have.
Do we have any further questions?
I would like to just request a brief summary of changes for my interest in the bodies.
Yeah, to my knowledge, it's just a couple minor linguistic changes. I think one was updating the death toll and injury toll. Is there anything I'm forgetting? Senator Hirschbaum Harding?
Sorry, I know that something that they had been thinking about talking to you about changing was the wording of the therefores. Has the wording of that changed at all?
Apparently, yes. My apologies. I was not a huge part of the editing process. I just originally wrote part of it. Senator Calderon Palacios? Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd like to quickly go over some of those changes that in the therefore be resolved.
Hello, I'm back. Okay. So going over the changes, I'm starting from the bottom, not a Drake reference. So there is on the third, therefore be it resolved, we removed that. We found that through conversations with some of the other senators that
Can you please speak up?
hello, is this communicating now? Can we hear me? Okay. So on that, so where we see on the resolution it says, as the screen shows now, therefore be it resolved, therefore be it resolved. There would be another clause there that started with, therefore be it further resolved in both, but that therefore be it further resolved that spoke to the code of conduct and the student government relationship with student court. It's no longer there. Next, we also had the final whereas clause that spoke to practicing salutary negligence. Very clunky phrase, but I think that Keely's presentation and the resolution for itself has gone far enough to be able to explain why there is that concern that the policy is not being enforced with equity on the front of the mind. And for that reason, we removed that final whereas clause. Unless it's never mind, perhaps. But beyond that, there was also the number that Keely referred to earlier that we did choose to round off the number, although we will talk about in the presentation that the casualty statistics have been very difficult to keep up with, and any number that we put up there now is most likely going to be an underestimation.
Are there any further questions? Cool.
Are there any further discussions on SR 24? Now we're on to a period of discussion for SR 24-25. Is there a thorough schedule? Expansion of protected student demonstration. Senator Palestine.
Okay, so I have a question. So would this be specifically just UNO? And if so, is there a way we can also take this to our other system schools so we can all have like a
I can answer that. Yeah, so the resolution, to my knowledge, was also shared to UNL's student government. We only have jurisdiction over UNO, but if they choose to independently pass those resolutions, then it would also take effect there.
Is there a way we can send them to UNK and UNMC and then try to connect with them as well with this? I don't know if like this is more exact type of thing that Shawnee would have to do. If so, I would like to help with that if any way possible. All right, that's all.
Senator Hirschbaum Harding.
I just wanted to start by thanking the team that put this together for the amount of care and deliberate effort that has been put into it. I think that talking about this is no small thing, and I think that it's really important that we be very mindful in how we go about it. And I think, to me, there is a lot of care that's been put into this. And I think for me, when I first read it, some of my concerns were with the therefores, but those have been resolved with the current wording. I was a little bit worried about, the open interpretation of supporting any motion, how that would carry, but it's clear that you guys heard that feedback, you changed it. This is a really well thought through thing. And I think that UNO, being who it is within the Nebraska university community, is a good place to start with speaking out about this on a more official basis. It is no secret that we are the more diverse of the campuses when it comes to the university system for Nebraska. And so I think that it is important that we take time to acknowledge the suffering that people have gone through, especially if it's something that we have the privilege of being far removed from in general. I know that this is also a very intimate problem for people on our campus. I know that there are people being very really affected by what's happening in Palestine. And I just really want to commend the amount of work that has gone into this resolution and its sister resolution, which we'll hear in a little bit, because to me, I think that people try to dismiss this kind of work by saying that it's uninformed or that it is being done hastily or that it is just being done by a bunch of kids. But I would like just to sincerely thank you for putting together something that is informative enough and that well thought through enough that it demonstrates that we care, and we don't care out of some kind of trend. We care out of genuine experience. I say that as a Jewish woman who is pro the liberation of Palestine. Not a popular position to take, let me tell you. But this is beautifully done. And I appreciate that you, Keely specifically, not only spoke to us last time at Open Forum, but did something about it. That's tough. It's tough to talk to us about it, and it's even tougher that all of you have put this together. I think that the wording we have in here is open enough that it is not going to fully alienate students who might have a different opinion from us, but that takes a very firm stance about what we see as a humanitarian crisis. It is my Jewish values that make me so vehemently in support of the liberation of Palestine. Their suffering mirrors the suffering of the people who came before me. And I think that it's really important that we acknowledge that to be anti-Israeli government is not to be anti-Semitic. If anything, the things that the Israeli government is doing to those people goes against the most important mitzvot that we are given as Jewish people. And I just really want to take a moment to not only support this, but to commend the work that you have done. And it feels silly to have to say that it's bravery, but there is a lot of bravery in being the people who brought this to us. And
And it's a heavy topic to talk about the first meeting, but I'm proud of you for doing that, and I'm proud of us for working through the kinks so we could get it here.
Is there further discussion on SR 2425-002, expansion on protecting student demonstration, Free Palestine?
Wait.
Regent Adidam,
Would someone motion to vote by roll call? I think would be very important that we all kind of write our names down. Just saying that we know. Okay. Just thought it would be.
I like job security. So.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Okay. Okay.
is there any further discussion on this resolution? If there's no further discussion, Senator Peloton Palacios.
Sorry, one more thing. What was UNL's response, if that's appropriate to ask?
We don't know if we've heard back from them yet.
They have,
Oh, is it on? Okay. They haven't responded. I sent the email this morning, and I CC'd all the people that were, like on the author and sponsor, all that kind of stuff. So we'll see a response, hopefully like next week. I sent it to the Students for Justice for Palestine in Lincoln. Someone reached out to me because they wanted to do it at UNL, but I'm not sure. So we'll see.
Senator Gomez.
I have a request for information. Is that something that we usually do? Like, are we pretty good at communicating with other colleges and, you know, passing resolutions that they also implement?
Senator Hirschbaum Harding.
I yield my time to Hakeem Latoro.
No, Kevin can recognize me without anybody yielding. I'm sorry. I burnt up one of your speaking times, but I did want to say that in response to Gio's question that we have so when we think about those moments where there is usually large scandals or controversies that the body is trying to deal with, in those instances, when it's something that becomes very big state news, then we will usually collaborate with other campuses. But in the past, there just isn't a lot of areas in which we find that beyond things like Board of Regents policies or code of conduct changes, don't really have a lot of aligned interests. But this might change. I don't know. Like it's.
Is there any further discussion on SR 24, Senator Brooklyn?
I just have a quick question, and just to get the floor to explain. Could you talk about the request? Oh, yeah. Guys, I think I'm loud enough, but,
No.
Just kind of a request for information. Could you please talk a little bit about the divestment from Israeli companies that you kind of note in this resolution?
well, that's the other one? Okay, sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. I have to pull the wrong one up.
Is there any further discussion on this resolution? If there's no further discussion, now we're on to a period of voting on SR 2425. Senator Calaton Palacios.
Just to say this in generality, I think it's very important that we all work together on things like this because it's not only like this one specifically, but in the future, if we do need to advocate for something and with the change of code of conduct, I really do believe that it's very important that we're all together, working together, because at the end of the day, we are an NU system. It's not just UNO, UNL, UNK, UNMC. So yeah, and also if you guys need any help with that, you have my support.
Is there any further discussion on this resolution? If there's no further discussion, now we're on a period of voting on SR 2425-002, expansion on protecting student demonstration, Free Palestine. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstain, please raise your placards. Expansion on protecting student demonstration, Free Palestine has been approved. Awesome. Our next item of business is SR 2425-003, opposing Scholarcide, Free Palestine. Is there a proponent speech?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Hakeem, I do receive. Right. You can use mine. Oh. Well, how do I present this?
You can just go back, hit exit out.
Yeah.
You can just access it from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, I'm hoping that this can speak well enough. I'm going to start off by introducing myself. Hello, everyone. My name is Hakeem Latoro. I am the former student body president, which is a very fun thing to say. But with all the fun that comes with that, there is a bit of how do you say, severity or seriousness that we should take with the ensuing conversation. So I like to make a lot of jokes. I will try to keep this serious. But in speaking on Scholastic side, I wanted to first take a look at what the University of Nebraska's history has been with. Is this too loud now? Good?
Yes.
Okay. To speak about what the University of Nebraska's history has been with engaging in business with states that have had history of major human rights violations, especially in the case of South Africa, whose apartheid government throughout the 70s was being protested very heavily by students of UNL and students of NU and students of the United States as a whole. So we see that as student protests are ramping up throughout the 70s, and as NU is required to report different gifts that it receives over a certain value. It was after the year 1979, I think, that a reported gift of a Krugerrand, which is I believe, South African mint species that was discovered by the members of the Nebraska legislature. And it was through this discovery that members of the legislature had realized how ingrained in our society supporting the apartheid had become, that we had seen that all the way down to our university system, that there had been massive financial investment. And as the university and as the state considered LR 43, it then allowed the state to divest from South Africa, which divesting state funds then as a conduit divested NU funds. But this wasn't the first or this wasn't the last time that we were asked to divest from instances of human rights violations. And in 2013 to 2014, there was an organization called the American Studies Association that is a national colloquium of a lot of different university administrators, professors, and academics as a whole. And in their resolution in 2013, they detailed very painstakingly the kind of research that had gone into finding out whether or not the nation of Israel had committed grave enough human rights violations to constitute an academic boycott, and whether or not this was something that they could recommend for the entire nation. That boycott passed, or that resolution for a boycott passed 66% nationally, but as calls for the boycott to be adopted by different universities came, many universities chose to instead double down on their position, with Nebraska University being one of them. So the University of Nebraska published a statement from Jim Milliken, the president from a few years ago, who in no uncertain terms said that this is something that University of Nebraska deeply opposes on the grounds that we support the open exchange of ideas, the robust engagement of faculty and students among institutions of the world. And through all of these calls, former President Milliken failed to consider what the effect of scholasticide had been inside of occupied Palestinian territories, inside of Gaza, for example, as we talk about what the apartheid looks like in its different forms inside of Israel proper and inside of Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, and different occupied Palestinian territories. So I just have a few examples of different glaring examples of apartheid inside of Israel proper. That we have anti-miscegenation laws, which that's insane. That's saying races that are not the same race can't marry each other. In 2024, laws like that still exist. Segregation through traffic. We see that certain certain car plates are not allowed through certain traffic intersections. We see that through use of plates that are designated by citizenship, by civilian status, racial civilian status, that travel of Palestinians through occupied territories heavily controlled. You see that segregation is again practiced through settlement laws, which also in the opposite form control the amount of people who are able to enter instead of leave an area, and to form settlements and to be able to expand and build infrastructure and generally have shelter. And the right to return, which is a very, I'd say that is even a step above that, that the right to return refers to people who have been removed from their homeland, forcibly transferred, and in the process of trying to return, they are no longer allowed. And we see that as the apartheid has developed, it has taken on a few unique characteristics in that we do have this new term produced. So scholasticide, term that refers to the systemic obliteration of education through arrest, detention, or killing of teachers, students, and staff, and the destruction of educational infrastructure. This term was coined in direct reference to actions taken by Israel throughout the early 2000s. 5,000 students killed, 300 teachers and professors killed, 7,800 students injured, and to top all of that off, over half of Gaza is completely without access to education, that half being, of course, children. So we see that it is not only at the scale of apartheid, it is not only at the scale of scholasticide, but we are also seeing the Israeli occupation has risen to the scale of genocide, as we have found at least 3 counts of the Genocide Convention being plausibly crossed. So as we try to research what the circumstances of this conflict, as we've been calling it, has been, as we try to understand what the nature of Israel's occupational tactics has been, and we have found that there is a substantive amount of work from the UN that reports on what the nature of genocide is, what the nature of different international humanitarian crimes are. And in this case, it is incredibly well documented. So we see that just about a month ago now, this was late May or March, the last week of March, Francesca Albanese, the current mandate holder for the occupied Palestinian territory, the special rapporteur at the UN, Albanese released a report that found over 30,000 Palestinians are dead, 14 of which are children, and of that number not included, 12,000 are presumed dead or buried under rubble. We see that 80% of the population has been forcibly displaced. We see that 70% of residential areas have been destroyed. We see that, and I did not include this number, but it sounded a little bit odd, decreasing like that. 60% of all schools in Gaza have been destroyed as well. And as well as documented numerous instances of forcible transfer, targeting with aid, which we saw one of the most absurd instances of World Kitchen workers, I want to say, who were first reporting what route they were taking to IDF forces. As their convoy became under attack by IDF drones, then they evacuated and traveled down a new convoy with a new vehicle along another specified path that had been communicated to the IDF. That vehicle struck, and traveling down the same street for the third time in a row, the IDF struck World Kitchen humanitarian aid workers. And as a result of that, 7 aid workers were dead. And I want to say 3 of the largest humanitarian aid organizations that were working inside of Gaza have pulled out completely. That they've said that this is just untenable, that their workers are being killed at such a high rate. Beyond that, we see that the university has a very complex and not very transparent endowment operation, and how it operates its endowment and our investments as a whole can be really difficult to break down, but I'm hoping that by taking a quick look at this, we can understand what do calls for divestment actually mean? Where would we be seeing this money coming from? What is the value of this? What is, I guess, divestment as a whole? And more especially, what is the situation with university investments? And I do apologize, this page, I had no idea how to make it look clean. I tried every form of formatting, but we see that NU endowment is broken up into 2 funds, and 2 of its largest funds, a Fund A and a Fund End. There's a few letters in between, but those are the 2 that we care the most about because they constitute nearly 90% of the endowment. So that Fund A is, as it says, the active portion of the fund that we put the most, that constitutes the most money. It's the money that we invest the most into, we pull the most out of, and it's the active system that we use for trying to run the operations of the university that uses internal lending or anything like that. So then we also have a Fund N that is separate endowment fund that only the foundation gets to control and operate, which is used for gifts from the foundation to the university. And we see that in each of these funds, there is also a breakdown of different kinds of assets that these funds can take the form of. Public equity is where the majority is held right now, but there's also private investments, real asset, multi-asset credit that we do not care about as much. The hedge funds, which are now in this category, the transition to equity and private investments. I will just point out really quickly that the public equity and private equity are the 2 categories that we would care the most about in this endeavor, in trying to find out whether or not any of our publicly traded assets, which I could not find as of yet. I do think that we do not publicly trade any Israeli-owned assets or any Israeli, or how do you say, manufacturers of Israeli weapons. And in the case of private equity, these are the bigger ticket items. They're the stocks that aren't traded publicly, and they're the items in which, if there was an instance for us to be having a more tangible financial connection with the state of Israel or with any weapons manufacturers to Israel, it would most likely be in that 23.8%. Oh, that sounded awful. 23.8% category over here. So in understanding that, what are we really asking for then? So we're asking NU and the NU Foundation system to divest from Israel and Israeli weapons manufacturers for the state of Israel. So we're asking to basically remove our hands. We don't want to have any kind of financial or social or cultural ties with organizations that may put us at complicity with genocide. So this committee is not a new idea. I wish I was creative enough for that, but this is something that we've seen done at many similar institutions, and at almost every major Ivy League institution. They also operate ethical investing committees. So we also want to collaborate with SJP, with our student organizations, and with other interested student demonstrators to make sure that their voices are being heard as much as possible, that they're also being given the space to speak in a way that is as defensible as possible, that we're expressing solidarity with the Palestinian people, as well as standing with our peers at universities across the world as they endeavor to do the same and also follow along their own paths of an academic boycott. And with that being very dense, I would be happy to answer any questions on that. Is it anyone over here?
By the way, I apologize for getting up. There was somebody making owl noises on the
Gomez.
Okay, so I just have a point of clarification. So you were saying that they don't publicly trade, but you think that they could be privately like investing or trading with Israeli like corporations or whatnot.
Okay, so at the bottom of this, that's edu.transparency. So the university does speak about its investments a little bit, and I don't know if you guys mind me going into this. So the Fund N reports, I was able to link since finding the Fund A reports was a lot more challenging. I still have not found where the Fund A is yet, but in that Fund N, there's a breakdown of different.
That's from 2020, there was from this.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was just clicking on the first one. That was the example. But yes, this is outdated. But yeah, we do have examples of what asset classes we have, what kinds of managers we have in different locations. So I did try to follow up and see if there were any public listings of what some of those managers had said in different like calls to the market or something like that. Again, I still haven't found a lot of more specific evidence, but I think that the biggest area that we would see that concern was over. I guess this isn't it. I don't know. Okay, I might not have linked the right link there, but there is a report that I will send to you later that does detail what the different asset holdings are, and as that picture on the presentation showed about that 23.8% that or sorry, I will speak about that other amount because I do think that that's more relevant to your question right now. Yeah, because the 57.7%, we don't have a complete picture, but we do have some idea of where some of those assets are being held. Again, like this is the larger question of the resolution. We don't know where the money is. We don't know a lot of the rules behind use of the money. We want to make sure that our money's clean. Yes, sir.
So I think it was a great presentation. That you put a lot of work into it, and I appreciate that. But just kind of with this resolution, my only fear is if we go off assumptions or, because I mean, I get it 100% that, that is a huge percentage and they could be. But if we kind of make these accusations without solid evidence behind them, I think it could be really damaging. I know one part where it says, and maybe quietly invest in companies manufacturing weapons for Israel or organs of the state of Israel itself. I just feel like if we don't have something to back it up or evidence, that could be just very harmful. So
if I may, I think that that is part of the mission in trying to gain disclosure. That we want to make sure that we're at least looking in the right places, and in having that resolution directing to, we believe that in this holding that there may be something that we think that is unethical uses of university funds. We want you to more closely investigate that specific aspect so that we can have a sense of, like I was saying, that university is investing ethically. That we're asking for disclosure first. Yes.
So you're talking about disclosing Fund A, not Fund N, correct?
Both.
Because Fund N is disclosed.
Well, sorry, Fund N is the Fund N managers are disclosed, but again, we don't have a sense of what those fund managers are reinvesting into. Like the funds are not held at those managers. Okay, let's pull this thing back up. Because like if we look at the example of like S&P 500 index, like it's a publicly traded not stock exchange, but I forgot what the term is. I'm being bad at business right now, but basic idea with that one is that it is a publicly traded asset, but we can't see what the exact breakdown of each value is. Yes.
How would, say, the S&P 500 index fund be disclosed? Like, would it be through the manager themselves? Or, and like, could that pose other risks to the budget when it comes to investments?
Well, I think that there is a valid question there, and I think that it's been a really difficult challenge of trying to find out where there is that balance between private investors are private for a reason. They don't want us to know where their funds are being held, and that does pose some risk. But as we try to ask for that larger consideration of having more ethical investing in general, the basis of that is still going to be disclosure, and we're still going to have to find out if the university is, the university is still going to have to find out if their funds are being used in the most appropriate way.
So it's specifically about the S&P and the ones that aren't necessarily redone, because I looked up all of the non-US equities and none of them were tied to colonization in Israel according to the UN.
Yeah, so we don't have, like I was looking at this chart that showed a breakdown of where some of the US's, or sorry, not where some of our international holdings have been at. And I think that the, honestly, like the list was very sparse, and I didn't think that I was finding a list that matched up very well with the fund and holdings, because I was finding like Japan was lit up very well on that map. And perhaps I'm just not looking very well right now, but I didn't see a manager there that was from Japan. So it was just questions of what reports are we even looking at right now that we can even make determinations on. I think that the risk posed by the university is undone if that ethical investing committee, if that disclosure is held inside of that committee, if it's held inside of a more secure place that the university can, in context of a shared governance system, perhaps, still make sure that the numbers are being read, if not read publicly. Yeah, sorry.
Is it on? No. Is it on? Okay. I guess yes or no question for you, Hakeem. Is the resolution asking for the university to do an investigation into their own funds?
Yes.
Okay. Just to clarify for everyone. Okay. And then
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So if it were to be investigated and if it were to be true, would you have an idea or like would want to for these funds to go somewhere else, like in solidarity of the situation or some other plan?
Well, I think that that would be a very beautiful response. I think that that would have to take into consideration what the, I guess, financial viability of the endowment holding is. And I think that as an ethical investing committee tries to investigate that, they would conduct a process pretty similar to other universities that are also starting to go down their paths of divesting. I want to say that I'm forgetting the name of the school right now, and this is embarrassing, but sorry, I just read a story about a school that decided to invest, but to divest from the state of Israel, but their process of divestment isn't a quick snap change. It's something that is expected to take place over years, and so that their assets are liquidated without violating any contracts or something to the extent of that. There's also the case that, and this is kind of why I talked about the hedge fund part in the presentation, that universities made it clear that, at least in the case of 2020, we can transfer funds. We had the capacity to at least transfer some stage of assets. And as we, in 2020, completely disavowed hedge fund usage altogether, it still took a few years for us to completely wean off of it, but the decision came 4 years ago, and we're still at 0.1%. So, yeah. Yes, please.
I'm so sorry if you did or did not clarify this already. But, okay, so if this resolution were to be approved, then what happens after, theoretically?
So what happens after is first we're going to have Shani, thank you again, communicate this to the other student governments and to see what their interest is in this. Then we want to, as quickly as possible, communicate this to university administrators, which again, this is going to be something that's going to have to work closely with exec to make sure that we're opening that space for dialogue and that the university is taking steps to kind of follow in the footsteps of a lot of other universities to very graciously laid out a plan and a foundation for us to understand what divestment looks like. And I think that in operating with a similar mind of committee, then the university system should be able to. Yes, Senator.
Have you emailed Brian Neal or anyone about this to ask if they would disclose personally rather than say on the website where there are more risks for disclosing?
And that was part of what the consideration of the resolution was, that that there can be that disclosure personally, which I didn't explicitly say in the resolution. I can add it if that's to the mind of the senator, but that there isn't a difference as long as the money is clean. I don't need to see it. I don't always trust it if I don't see it, but if there is that stage of accountability that's there, and if there is that material ability for the Senate to be, or not just the Senate, for the university system to be able to confirm, to prove that there is not holdings that are in that are supporting humanitarian crises, then I think that the resolution, I'd be very satisfied with the results. That I don't need to see it as long as we move forward.
Point of information, we are at 13 minutes of questioning.
Is it I thought it was 20 minutes for questions. Is it 10?
Yes.
According to what we were doing all of last year, it was 10 minutes unless it's extended. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what we've been functioning, it's 10 minutes of each.
Okay. I'll roll with that 10 minutes. Yeah, I had 20 minutes on the clock there, so we had 7 minutes there. Is there an interest in continuing questions? Oh, I'm not the speaker anymore. This is Kevin's job. Let's make the key.
Oh, not that. Where is it?
The canvas, go to the canvas and like get back. Well, maybe just like reopen it wherever it got sent to you.
Oh, I'll pull it up again.
I think someone got closed at some point.
Oh, here it is.
It's under Edge. Is it open in Edge?
Yeah, I got it again.
Oh, okay.
Is there a period of discussion for SR 24-25-003, opposing Scholaside Free Palestine? Senator Gomez?
So I feel like we have no basis to be making these accusations. And with such a heavy, topic, to be making these kind of accusations could be really dangerous, especially if we don't even know for sure if they're actually investing in these companies. And I think it would just, make a lot of students mad at the university when they might not have any reason to be when it comes to these investments. So I just think it's, I understand what we're trying to do, but I just don't think this is the right way to do it.
Senator John?
Though I understand that you, like, we don't want to inflame the student body in any way, I wouldn't exactly say there's like no basis to these questions or to these like ponderings and like possible accusations. As Hakeem mentioned in his presentation, but was also mentioned in the presentation, like touched on in the same kind of way in the presentation before, many universities and like colleges throughout the US have taken both negative and positive actions towards reacting to student thoughts and like student questions on how we're treating like our connection, even in a more detached fashion, to these issues. So just, I'm not wording this great, but just like saying that there's like no basis to these accusations, I wouldn't say is like fully correct.
Senator Eliski?
Roxy.
Senator Arosky.
Roxy, you're all good,
El
Kevin.
Roxy.
I just wanted to respond to that as well. I feel like we're not necessarily giving the school like accusations. We're not accusing, although we are kind of, we really are like, but I just wanted to say like the very first thing that it says, therefore be it resolved, student government requests the full disclosure, which I know we spoke about Fund N and Fund A. However, we can't really go to the next steps without like getting them to disclose this information. And I don't think it hurts anyone to get them to disclose that and finding out if they are or what kind of investments they have. And it's like hard to say that they don't have any investments because so many companies that we either support or sell on campus, anything like that, even chains that we have on campus have ties. So I don't think it hurts anyone to just request disclosure. And I feel like you can't just say that you're okay with your tuition dollars going towards something like this. So, yeah.
Senator Hirschbaum Harding.
I also think another part of this, and especially when we talk about divesting as a university, is it doesn't particularly touch on it here, but not only do universities sometimes invest within companies that support this or invest in, you know, the actions of spaces, but we receive funding from militaries both here and in other places for research. So part of what we talk about when we're talking about divesting from Israeli forces is not just not giving them money, but not accepting money from our military and their military as a way to fund research and grants on campus. We talked about that in my STEM for early childhood class. Yeah, we have a good time there. But that is part of it too, is that we don't want to accept funding from them for grants because it sets you up in a space where then you have to promise them the research that you have done. And we don't have a way quite yet of knowing exactly how that works. But I think that that is the most important part of this, is that the first part is saying like, we want to know where our money is going. It's a little bit harder to request that they tell us where the money outwards is coming into us and our grant funding. It's just a little bit of a stickier situation, but I don't think that it's unreasonable to request that we be disclosing this just so that we have that basis of understanding and know where to go from there. And also, like, we don't have any actual power to force them to do so. So all we're doing is requesting that they divulge that information, and then how the university reacts is truly out of our control. We are just asking them to tell us that information and then saying if the information demonstrates that we are supporting Israeli investments, like we're going to say, hey, don't do that, please. So that's part of what's going on in the background there too.
Senator Gomez.
Okay, so I wanted to, touch on everything that everyone's been saying, and I do agree with that. But I do want to just talk about this one part, and at the very end, just kind of, I touched on it earlier, and it says, and may quietly invest in companies manufacturing weapons for Israel and or organs of the state of Israel itself. I just feel like that isn't needed.
Is your microphone on?
Yes. Do you need me to speak louder? Okay. So I personally don't think we need to say that if what we're trying to do is to get them to disclose that. So honestly, if you guys are open to it, I would love to maybe pull that part out, and then at the very bottom say, you know, if they are found to be investing in these companies, we encourage them to divest. Just so it's something where we're not going head on saying we are asking them to divest, because we don't know that. So then we request this information to determine if they are, and then that's when we encourage them to divest. So I would like to motion to do that. Here, I'll show you. Let me go back to it real quick. So I motion to and just remove and may quietly invest in companies manufacturing weapons for Israel or organs of the state of Israel itself.
Do you want to strike it from the resolution?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
remove that. Yeah. And then I don't know if I can do it at the same time. There's me. But just say at the very end, if they are found to be investing in what's it called? If it's found to have financial ties, we encourage them to divest or something like that.
Financial ties, just a suggestion here, it's cessation of all financial ties with the government of Israel, military contractors who conduct business. And then you could say if such ties exist.
Yep,
So
something like
maybe
that.
you could add at the after occupation, if such ties exist.
Yeah, that works. If such ties exist.
After occupation.
Yep.
Right above the last therefore.
Do you see the green line, the last one?
Like
Occupation,
So it says
Bottom.
really occupation and then a semicolon.
It's at the very end of it. It's at the very end of it. Go down one line into the left. Down.
I know.
Up. Down.
Oh,
I
occupation.
stopped.
So, so do you want to add?
Yes.
What would you like to add?
If such ties are found. Like, that was good collaboration.
With good collaboration.
No.
Oh, okay.
I second that motion.
Yeah.
By the way.
Go ahead. So now we're on to a period of voting for adding, now we're on to a period of discussion to add the motion of such ties are found.
And strike, and it's also.
And striking, may quietly invest in companies manufacturing weapons for Israel or organs of the state of Israel itself. Now we're on to a period. Oh, the and, yes. As well as and. No. Is there a period of discussion? Ambassador Ewing?
Can I just?
Yeah, you can. Oh my God. Yippee.
Ambassador Euling. Okay. I just wanted to make sure to reiterate to everyone that we're not in this literature like alleging anything. We're just requesting an investigation. We're not alleging or like inferring that the university or university system has like any sort of investment. We just want an investigation done to figure it out. And then, you know, if it is found, like we just added that in, if it is found, then we can, you know, take action on that. But at this point, we just want an investigation done to see if we can do anything about it, if there is a problem. And I also wanted to point out that this is being done at other universities, Brown University and Purdue. And this has happened in Nebraska before as well. Like the example that Hakeem brought up in the 70s with Ernie Chambers and like that whole thing. It also happened with, I know Jess has done a project on this, but during the workers' rights, the grape workers' rights, back in like the 50s and 60s, there was a lot of divestment done within the university system then to divest from like the grape farms that weren't union. So just wanted to bring that up because there's a lot of precedent for this. So I feel like it's a good extension of the stuff we've already been doing.
Senator Benitez.
Point of information. So what's the whole point of moving that and then adding the stuff at the end?
Senator Hirschman Harding.
I think based on what Senator Gomez said, it just clarifies that, because we do not yet know what the actual investments are,
It's supposed to be a safety blanket that no one could interpret this as a direct accusation. It's just meant to put in wording that is just direct enough but gentle enough that no one can claim that we're falsely accusing someone, but we are still saying, if we find this information to be true, this is what we want to have happen. So that's what the change in wording is supposed to have happen, which is why, you know, I want this to be direct and I want it to be as appropriately demanding as possible, but I think it does make sense that we don't want to get ourselves in trouble by accidentally accusing them of anything. And that wording just kind of slightly changes it so that it's clear that we are not saying we know what's happening, but we're saying if we find it to be true, this is what needs to happen.
Is there any further discussion on striking and may quietly invest in companies manufacturing weapons for Israel and organs of the state of Israel itself, as well as adding, if such ties are found after occupation? Okay. Senator Calaton Palacios.
Just to clarify, does it indicate in the resolution that, if after the investigation, or is it like clarifying like for sure 100%? And also I'll yield my time to Hakeem.
I think I understand the question. I think I can answer it. So because this is coming after it's requesting the disclosure, it would be only like, we're asking for the investigation first, and then if such guys are found. Wait, I confused myself there. Yeah. But. Yeah.
So this is where we get into the territory of where it's lost again, that there is, again, kind of the implication that through establishing an ethical investment committee or a task force of something along the lines of that, that we would be saying that if we do find it in any ways, we're going to do something about it. That anyways, that if such ties are found, then that is going to be actionable by the university or the NU Foundation. So I appreciate the sentiment, and if the Senate feels that this would protect the resolution, support it. I do think that it's not necessary.
Is there any further discussion on striking and may quietly invest in companies manufacturing weapons for Israel and organs of the state of Israel itself, as well as striking if such ties are found after occupation? If there is no further correction, if there's no further discussion, with who? No, okay. If there's no further correction, now we're on the period of voting for adding may quietly invest.
We don't.
Okay. Now, if there's no further correction, now we're on to a period of voting. May all those in favor, please raise your hands.
Yeah. I got this meeting.
All those opposed, please raise your placards. 1, 2. All those abstain, please raise your placards. Okay, so the motion to add as well as to strike has been approved.
Hey, Kevin.
Oh, Senator Brooklyn,
I motion
seconded by Senator Hirschbaum Harding.
It's not debatable, so you just gotta skip the. You can say all those. Do a voice vote, do a voice vote.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All those abstain, please say abstain. Okay. Oh my God, okay. So discussion has been ended. Okay. Now we're on voting on the resolution SR 24-25-003 opposing Scholaside, Free Palestine. All those in favor, please raise your placard. 18. That's 17. Oh, no. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstain, please raise your placards. Okay. The resolution has been adopted.
Wait, Kevin, you should do the everyone shuts up to go to the order.
I will love to like do the good of the order. It's just something just so.
Everyone yell at the same time.
If I want to like hear everyone's good of the order. Okay, honestly.
Wait, come on, you're telling me.
Okay,
I swear I'll
let's
do it.
do
I'll say it.
Senator Piper.
No. Nope, that's who it is. Say it. I
Okay.
got it first.
Senator Hirschbaum Harding. All right, the meeting has been adjourned.
No.
All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The meeting has been adjourned.
Have a good second, everyone. Who seconded? Who seconded?
Hirschbaum Harding.
I did. Of course. As always. I think nothing wrong. As you should. I've gotten so good at lifting that placard fast. As you should, yeah.
Who's seconded to end debate?
Who wants to second time? I do. Okay, Rose. Oh, wait.
Yes. Okay, Ellie, what did I? What's the actual name? Palacio. Palacios. Palacios.
All you seconds speak out of yourselves. You just went 4.5 hours.
Let me
It's
write it
awesome.
Thank you, Ellie, for bringing this.
That's crazy.
It's bad.
No, it's okay. I will do better. I apologize for.
I know when you know we're not circling up.
Okay. Oh, wait, where's it? Oh, it's right here.
That's crazy.
Thanks.
You can really start anytime with as far as your team goes. I'd probably recommend it.
Yes. I got it from the EMS office, so. Okay.
Oh, wait.
More flexible.
Yeah, I'll get you a new one. Okay, thank you for bringing this much attention. No, you. Honey, yeah. No, you, right? No, you.
Last year, last year I got this.
Oh, where?
Yeah, it'll be an Wait, any microphone?
Oh, okay.
One row microphone.
There's one right here.
Oh, you keep bringing it over here? We got there's one other microphone that is for Kevin.
Yes, I have.
We feel well.
Kevin, you did it. You did it 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. Bring it in.
Kevin, you did so good. Thank you. We have never had a first meeting.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it right now. I mean, we'll check, but I think it's set. Yeah, it's set, don't worry. Yeah. It might be nice,
It was good meeting all of you. I mean, I knew you are. Well, so you guys have summer and
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Okay, awesome stuff. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Good start,
That's good.
Yeah. All right, now it's time to go to the bar. No, I'm actually gonna go home and cry.
I know, right? That's the real thing. What we actually start going to a bar, I mean, like, that's like crazy. It's like, how like 21? So like, we actually get.
No, I can't.
Oh my God.
Yeah, literally, I'm not even in cuffs.
Wait, can we?
Oh, here. Wait, did you get your school limit? Oh, yeah, you did. But I have one for you. I have graduation, like, sash reports for student government.
Okay. Shani, I know it's late and you wanna leave, but can you be in a photo with us?
Hey, Hakeem, should we go in front of the? I got some stuff for you.
Nate, we're also taking a photo, so.
Fat shots.
I just want to see right now.
I don't know what that is.
We will take up.
So you.
I did get props, and I appreciate that. People also.
Wait.
State representative. So much rock. Outgoing and.
Yeah. Let's go look past that. That's very close to figure out. It's like, I don't think that should be.
Yeah.
Wait, what's like, this is when you've been to. Yeah. So you'll go.